This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. There's Beckham. Time, Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking around.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
My name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt has never experienced a group this loud and outrageous. Going down on the 9th of March 2024 at Aztec Arkham Stadium Road. Light Up Port Harcourt descends with the loudest roar of flexing. Featuring Charlie Poppy, the Pluto Presido, Chiki, DJ Dimple Nipple, Ida House, Dan Deasy, Tony Frank, Jikume, G3 Miami, and Soul Plus Band. The DJs are DJ Mickey Monfana, DJ KD, and DJ Savvy. Hype men to blast off the night are Speech, Victorious, the Big Fat Hype, and Faceless. Early bird tickets 5K, VIP 25K, table tickets 2 million naira. The venue Aztec Arkham Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. Time 4 p.m. To buy, visit teleafricatickets.com or all Market Square and Kilimanjaro outlets, or call 0806-403-9882 or 0803-544-6161. Light Up Port Harcourt on Saturday 9th of March 2024 is powered by Ata Asawa Luxury Castles. Be there.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Rugged man with the thunderstorm.
Flash baby.
I chop up ya, clear punchline sort up ya. Fresh and clean, I say Siba, I set him no before fancy or one's of ya. Little can I thunder, make wonder, put us under. They get the surrender. Born rapper with close that are tighter, dropping lines like bullet from revolver. Yeah, oh setigo, oh haters, power fugo. Ambulance everywhere, thunderstorm, my mother go. Oh fake MCs, how won't go? So move it out, maga, where one block my way. Splash, rugged, baba, thunderstorming, hip hop, hooray. Too hot to handle, too cold to hold. Tight, one neck, tight, yeah.
Tapanusa, I never so, Tapanusa, I never so,
like since now we forgot her. Match am, na me be boss, you know they walk. Sack 'em, pack 'em, 2x4, knock 'em. My hands stay blessed, I can't shower. You wanna hate me? You they Marachi. You ain't moving, climb me, they rock the facade. Cause I rock all the bars, all the clubs in the city like Baka. With no number 10, I show no mercy. Abago, Bulaya to no Adago, Ono Paharisha, Okwamo Kuno Gadado. Hita, Squado, Oluno Kangabado. Off them all up, throw them in the gallows. Taking them seats to school, see me. Born with no silver spoon, she be. Rugged man with the thunderstorm. You know be one of the lions, so why you they try form? Ultron. I never so. Tapanusa, I never so. Pariski, Zabu,
Claim they are good, but me, I'm a bad. No makeup for my face, but I fight fast. I know they scoop, I'm still getting past Mac. The only lines you got, now your stretch Mac. Enyimbabu, Alpha Football Club. Mania, you wanna babu, Chakwanos, Obawado. I Shaka TV, we know they do. Thunder, Gabandia, Abunida Fusa, Ewandia. Hey, Nzabu, Enyimba, Blast, baby.
Chakwanos, I never saw Yimba. Chakwanos, I never saw Yimba. Zabu, what the Pariski, Zabu, what the Pariski, Chakwanos, I never saw Yimba. Chakwanos, I never saw Yimba. Zabu, what the Pariski, Zabu, what the Pariski,
Get to go to tight for you to bust. So sick with the flows, I've gone nuts. Try, I rather them and also no nogu. And I'm a gozy drip and I'm buying some more. Blazing like hot spray from hellfire. I'm off the chains, mommy, I know the tire. So death, I demand one punchline, so tech. Fana muamo, let it come out another we surrender. Our body keys will get back to sender. Rhymes and lyrics flow like kanji down when I bust the inch, like bust the rhyme. They gonna chilling on this with the lyrical murderers. So sick with the flow, I speak cholera. Panet them but I chop that snow. They go the hot, they go the ill. Enyimba.
and the time I flew from here.
I got me also.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to today's Spotlight on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Austin Oladapo, the captain of two-time African champion Eyimba Football Club.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up, stand up, for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. 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 Stand up.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This is the Football Daily with Darren Fletcher.
Hello, welcome to the Football Social on the Football Daily. We'll look ahead to Liverpool against Manchester City, a huge match in the Premier League title race, in the company of ex-Liverpool, Everton, Sheffield United, Luton and West Ham midfielder Don Hutchison, who can't quite hear us right now, but he will be able to. The ex-West Ham and Aston Villa midfielder Nigel Reo-Coker. How are you, Nige?
I'm good, thank you, Fletcher. Always a pleasure to be on here.
Always pleasure to have you with us. And the former Tottenham and Burnley goalkeeper, Paul Robinson. Robbo, you're back again. This is 3 out of 4 for you.
Fletch, there's no other way I would rather spend my Friday nights.
Lovely. Don, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you go.
Ah, it's a shambles.
You've had a stressful night, haven't you?
Oh, mate, I hate tech. Honestly.
I know.
I've got you all on Echo.
Yeah. He said, you know, well, I thought it was out of order, Nige, because he said, I can hear Nigel Rio Coca twice. Some people would think that's a good thing. Don's complaining about it. Out of order. We're going to kick off here with Liverpool against Manchester City, but we're going to kind of run this match through the programme. It's the main narrative of the weekend. Noel Gallagher's going to join us, and no doubt he's going to nail sky blue colours to the mast. I think he's got one or two things he wants to get off his chest about Trent Alexander-Arnold, but I won't give too much away for when he joins us later. But it is the biggest game this weekend, the biggest game for many weekends in actual fact. Liverpool-Man City, first against second, Klopp against Guardiola, and things have got a little spicy after Trent Alexander-Arnold suggested that Liverpool's trophies meant more to their fans.
Pep is the best manager in the world. They had incredible players, probably the best number 9, Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, so many, Phil Foden, best English player in the moment probably, and all these kind of, it's all there, and we all respect it, and Trent respects it. But he's born in Liverpool. He stood on the bins before he played for the club. He played through all youth teams. And what would you think in that situation? We have no clue exactly 100% what it means to other people, but what happens here means more to us. We had 2 years ago a parade after winning the League Cup and the FA Cup, losing the Champions League final the night before, losing the league for a point. Tell me a city where you have a parade and it looks like we won all these trophies. That's the club is special to us.
They defend the club not responding this guy, what they have done many years on the pitch, every single 3 days. That is the best way. So if we have done it, I could answer him, but why? So, honestly.
So Jurgen Klopp defending Trent, Pep having his say. So Trent Alexander-Arnold's comments were, looking back on this era, although they've won more titles than us and have probably been more successful, our trophies will mean more to us and our fan base because of the situations at both clubs financially. How both clubs have built their teams and the manner in which we've done it probably means more to our fans. Ruben Diaz responded. He said, we've won a lot in this club, especially last year with the treble. I think it's pretty certain between our fans, how much it means to all of us. At the end of the day, you can only have certain emotions if you actually win stuff. A treble is a feeling you can only know how it feels when you actually do it. Shots fired. Erling Haaland, if he wants to say that, okay. I've been here 1 year and I've won the treble, and it was quite a nice feeling. I don't think he knows exactly this feeling. They can talk as much as they want. He can talk as much as he wants. I don't know why he does that, but I don't mind. Thoughts? Paul Robinson.
Listen, I think Trent has to speak for himself and his own club and say what it would mean to him and Liverpool to win these trophies rather than what he thinks other people would feel, because you can't tell other people how they feel. But he doesn't think about the Manchester City fans when they're in League One. You look at where Manchester City were all these years ago at Main Road. You look at where they've climbed up through the years, through the leagues, and what they've got, and what that means to their fans and what that means to their fan base. And I think he's gone initially at the current crop of players and tarred the fans with a brush under a huge umbrella from a long time back. And you look where that club at Manchester City's been. I think he was just a little bit naive. I think he should have stuck to what it means to him, what it means to Liverpool, and what it would mean to his club and his own bunch of supporters, rather than try and presume that he knows what other people are thinking.
Nige, I think it's absolutely brilliant. This is what it should be like. Two rivals, bit of needle. Trent's had his say. He's winding the City lads up. They've responded as well. I'd like to see a couple of juicy 50-50s in the first 5 minutes as well. This is what these big games should be like. The fans are lapping it up. The media's lapping it up. They've become too sterile, these big games, in modern football. I don't care whether it's in the Premier League or the Champions League or the World Cup. You want a bit of spice. You want this rivalry. You want the juices flowing when they walk out Sunday. I love it.
Fletch, I don't really agree with you much, but on this note, I actually will have to sadly agree with you. I love it. I actually really love it as well. I think it's great. You know, I've been crying out for so long for players to be their authentic selves, and that's what Trent's been. He's been his authentic self. Maybe I agree with Robbo there that maybe he should have just kept it about himself and how it made him his fan, how it felt to himself and the fan base of Liverpool, and not try and kind of indicate how other people will feel about things. But I love what's happening right now. The back and forth is great. We need that for football. We need to create that rivalry again, because reality is it has become a bit too nicey nice.
Don?
Yeah, I don't think Trent was trying to be mischievous. I think what he said, has been taken out of context a little bit, but I don't mind it. You know, he's a lad from Liverpool that's been watching his club since he was probably a little baby. He feels it probably more than anyone else inside the dressing room. And if you ask Phil Foden probably the same question at Man City, he'd defend his club. So I think it's a local lad that's standing by Liverpool, who's obviously really proud to have played for the football club and won the amount of trophies that he's won. And he feels immensely proud when he goes out there every other week at Anfield and he performs in front of his family, his mates, a place that he could only have dreamed of playing. When we're kids, we never really think we're going to be pros. We dream it, we hope it, and then you live it. It's special. And I just think it's stoked it up quite nicely.
Would either of these managers entering the weekend secretly be sat there thinking, I'd take a point? I mean, can you be like that in a three-horse race? Would it suit one more than the other? When you look at the balance of it, Nigel, you're nodding. Do you want to go first?
No, I agree with you. I think they both would. They would want to take a point because of how tight it is and knowing that Arsenal is up there as well. With the situation, you've got to look at also the psychological effect of it. Whoever loses that game, how that can be. Again, I give a lot of credit to Pep. They did the treble last year. To keep those players, especially those top caliber players, motivated to be in the position where they are again, still with an opportunity to maybe repeat that again, another treble this year. That's amazing. We've been in dressing rooms ourselves to know the egos of footballers. They're big egos there, and especially a club like Manchester City. You look at the amount of egos that Pep has to deal with, and he still kept them motivated with the great success they had last year. I think for both teams, they'll be happy with a draw right now.
Robbo, I totally disagree. I think the only team who'll be happy with a draw this weekend in that match is Arsenal.
Yeah, concur. And by the way, Arsenal will be sat top of the league when this game kicks off because they play the night before against Brentford at home. Brentford, who are not on a great run of form at the moment, and Arsenal, who are absolutely flying. This will be their 8th win in a row if they do get there. And I think that puts a different perspective on the game as well. I can't imagine either manager, Klopp or Guardiola, setting his team up with 60 minutes gone thinking, yeah, I'll take a point now. They'll both be going to win this game. They'll both want to lay down a marker.
Don, you're shaking your head, nodding your head, chewing on your penny. Are you working it out here?
No. I had a conversation with Michael Owen last night, and we had exactly the same conversation. And I was of the thought that Jurgen Klopp definitely wouldn't take a point. Not at home. It's their golden chance to go clear by 4 of Man City. Why would you want to give that up and just keep them at arm's length? I think if you're Liverpool, I think you go into the game at Anfield using the noise, using the atmosphere, using the emotion, and you're going to win the game. Guardiola's never, ever, ever going to settle for a point. You asked him before the game, not a chance. He's a winner. He's a gambler. He wants his team to play well. He backs his team. I think that's why this game is so good. First versus second, a point between them. No way does either manager sit here now and say, yeah, we'll take a point and move on. No chance.
Fascinating as well when you see the quotes where both Ruben Dias and Erling Haaland were keen to say we won a treble last year. You don't know what that feels like, blah, blah, blah. Liverpool could know what a quadruple feels like by the end of the season because they're still fighting on 4 fronts. City could do a double treble. Arsenal could pip them both to the league. I mean, we've got this wonderful situation at the top of the table with 3 teams fighting for that trophy. One thing I'm really looking forward to, though, Nige, and that is that there are so many key areas to kind of break down and dissect for Sunday afternoon. But right now, Virgil van Dijk is looking as good as he's ever looked. And Erling Haaland is hitting the kind of form that we know he has. I think he's got, is it something like 10 goals in 8 games? And they're going to be head-to-head in a game of this magnitude. And we're going to listen to Anthony Joshua go toe-to-toe with Francis Ngannou on 5 Live later. This is a heavyweight contest in every sense of the word in football terms. Maybe the best centre-half on the planet against maybe the best centre-forward on the planet in a game that is essential to both teams.
It's massive to both teams, but then again, if you're Erling Haaland and you're going against Virgil van Dijk, it's not you're going to try and shy away from it, but you know how good he is. You try and probably play on the other centre-back, whether it's Konate, whether he's fit enough to play, or Gomez, we don't know. He was taken off for precaution from European duties. But there's so many players who can play in a factor in this. You got to look at now Mo Salah coming back. That's a big boost for Liverpool. Szoboszlai also maybe coming back. Darwin Núñez looking like the Darwin Núñez who was at Benfica before he came to Liverpool. We talked about Phil Foden now playing absolutely lights out to be such a big part of this City team. The importance of Rodri. Then you get Kevin De Bruyne. It really is set up for an absolute blockbuster game. So I think, Fletch, there's just so many different individual players who can have such a big impact in this game this Sunday.
Don, if we take a unit into account, who do you fancy to win the midfield battle?
Do you know what? I think Liverpool have got to make it really emotional, which they will. I think they do that anyway. That's why it's great when you play for Liverpool at Anfield. They do make it special. I would back Liverpool to try and swarm all over Man City and stop them from playing. But I think the boys are right. I think you can sit here now and you can chuck any position up and you can go, Bernardo Silva up against Andy Robertson, or you can look at Phil Foden, you look at Van Dijk and Haaland. Van Dijk, I don't think from memory, has had a really bad game against Haaland. Haaland, I can't remember too many times getting the best of Van Dijk. So that'll be very interesting. It's going to be small margins. Liverpool will make it as emotional as possible. City will try and dampen the crowd. They'll try and play calm football, precise football. And that's why the styles make for a great game.
Yeah, but Dom, do you not think that you give the edge to Liverpool if Konate plays, that Liverpool defensively are the better team than City? Because we've seen City concede a lot of goals this season, which is not the usual City that we're used to seeing, but Liverpool look a lot more defensively solid than City.
Yeah, I don't think there's much in it, Nigel, to be fair. The last probably half a dozen games, 10 games that I've seen Liverpool play, they don't look particularly solid neither. They didn't in the 5-1 win against Sparta Prague on Thursday. So they've always give up chances, Liverpool. Kelleher's in great form, by the way. You know, everyone talks about Alisson being a world-class goalkeeper and the best, and he probably is, but Kelleher has done some job. Even people like, I think Harvey Elliott's been amazing since Mo Salah's been at the team. Joe Gomez has played every single position. But you're right, I think it's a game made for Mo Salah. You know, he got 15 minutes on Thursday night. I thought he actually would have started the game and Klopp would have given him 45 an hour just to get some minutes into his legs. But he's going to come into it fresh. The tactics are going to be so important. And as I said, I'd expect Liverpool to be at Man City like you wouldn't believe for the first 20 minutes. Then it's up to City to try and be brave and get on the ball, which they're great at. So it's one of these where you can try and predict what's going to happen, but at the same time, if we're all honest, we're all guessing because they're the two best sides in the country for me.
Robbo, Don's just mentioned Quivine Kelleher, the Liverpool goalkeeper, who's done wonderfully well since he's come in to deputise for Alisson. Have you got any concerns with him being in goal for a game of this size?
No, I mean he's shown he's played in cup finals, hasn't he? He's played in big games, and he's proved that he's good enough at that level. Is he as good as Alisson? Is he as good as Edison? No, I wouldn't put him in that bracket. He's a very good goalkeeper. He's an excellent number two, and he's an excellent option for the manager to have if Alisson's not there. Does he want to progress his career personally further and go and be a number one somewhere, which he's capable of doing? But like I say, there's a bracket of goalkeeper. Edison and Alisson for me sit at the top of that in the Premier League. Kelleher's in the bracket below that. He's not at the same level of Alisson, and they'll have a decision to make as a long-term future if Alisson was to ever move on. But as far as him playing, I'd have no worries about him whatsoever.
Just kind of a little aside to Liverpool, Don. We were talking about this when we caught up earlier today. I was in Munich this week. I watched Bayern Munich go through against Lazio in the Champions League, but it got me thinking, and there's a lot of talk about it while I was over there. Xabi Alonso is at Bayer Leverkusen and doing a wonderful job at the moment, played for Liverpool, played for Bayern, being linked with both jobs in the summer. There's a real confidence in Munich that he's going to choose to become the Bayern manager and not the Liverpool manager. First and foremost, what do you think about that? But I think you can make a really strong case that if he does do that, that he's making the right decision for him if he goes to Bayern over Liverpool.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because we're trying to second guess what he's thinking about both clubs. Now, if you're going to try and pick a path for Xabi Alonso to go on and be a great manager for the next 5 or 10 years, like Haaland sort of picking a path where he's going to go, which clubs he's going to play for, and he's got an eye on the future, it probably makes a little bit more sense for Xabi Alonso to go to Bayern Munich because, 11 titles on the spin. Tuchel's messed it up big time. I mean, you talk about midweek against Lazio, and they were good, but I watched them against Freiburg on Friday, and they were awful. They were hanging on to a 2-1. They drew 2-2. Thomas Tuchel was smiling, laughing and joking on the pitch with the Freiburg staff. It was terrible. He should have been fired on the night because with a win against Freiburg, it would have brought it back to 5 points. Then anything can happen. We've seen Dortmund crumble last year, so Bayern would have been creeping back into the race. Now it's 10. So he might be thinking on a personal level, there's every chance if I go in at Bayern, I'm going to win the league next season because he's a good manager. He's got he's got a brilliant young team to work with. He's got an outstanding centre forward in Harry Kane. We mentioned Kingsley Coman Leroy Sané, Goretzka, the list goes on and on and on, Musiala. But you know what? The Premier League's the Premier League. And the pull of the Premier League and the pull of Liverpool could be so great. He's going to be massively tempted by both. He's going to want to sit down and speak to Bayern. He's going to wait and see if he can speak to Liverpool, depending who their sporting director is going to be. That's up in the air. But in all honesty, Fletch, I don't think he's the type of character that makes a decision now while he's still in a title race. It's not done and dusted. We all know it is. He's too professional for that. So I think if you want to sort of put it in percentage terms, I probably think it's 60-40 goes to Bayern. But I say that with no confidence.
See, I looked at this, Robbo, in the week, and I was always swayed towards Liverpool before I went there, because you look at the fact that his Bayer Leverkusen team are 10 points ahead and Bayern might need a rebuild. But then I looked at the team that they picked, that Tuchel picked on Tuesday night. Goalkeeper is okay for now, 35 Neuer, so he's still got a bit of time left in him. They signed Kim, who's a good centre-back from Napoli in the summer. There might be an issue with the other position. Fullbacks might be an area of need. But then he's got Pavlovic at 19 in central midfield. Tell's only a teenager. Musiala's wonderfully talented. Kane's there for the foreseeable future. But I also thought there's enough room then within the squad for Xabi Alonso to bring his own players in, the ones that he actually wants, and he can build it himself. If you look at Liverpool, most of the rebuilding's been done by Klopp before he leaves. So you're kind of picking it up and going with that. There's a bit more freedom about what he can do to put his own stamp on it at Bayern. And I wonder whether that might be something that really interests him, the opportunity to do that and be an integral part of the rebuild.
But listen, I think that's a really good way of looking at it. And Bayern are very, very good historically, whether it be managers or players, of poaching from their own league. They look around at what's hurt them, what could hurt them and what has hurt them in a season, and they take it away and bring it into their own. You look at the size of the club, the stature of the club, and like you said, the quality of the starting 11, the quality of the squad that they've got, they should be winning that league, and they will again next year. We're highly likely that they will. And for him as a manager, you look at the Liverpool team, you look at the FFP, you look at what he's got to do with that, you look at the potential. Let's be honest, Mo Salah potentially going to Saudi at the end of the season. You look at what does Van Dijk do, what does Alisson do, what room has he got to bring his own players in there, and what we spoke about before in this podcast. Who wants to be the David Moyes after Sir Alex? Who wants to be the Unai Emery after Arsene Wenger? You almost want to be the next one after this one going in now, because it's going to be one tough baton to pick up and run with.
You can look at the flip side of going to Bayern, but you look at the flip side if he goes to Liverpool, and if he does play three at the back, is there a better back six and potentially what he would have at Liverpool before you even get into the midfield and get into the front men? So you've got Alisson in goal, you've got Robertson, Trent at wing backs, and you've got Quansah, Van Dijk and Konate as three centre backs. What a back six that is to work with before you mention midfield players, before you mention attackers. So I don't think managers think like we do. In the press and the pundits and the media, we talk about the man that's following the man, and it's always a tricky task. We've seen it over the years. I don't think managers think like that. I think they back themselves. And I think if Xabi Alonso went to Liverpool, he'd back himself.
Harry Redknapp this week has been quoted as saying that when they look for a replacement for Jurgen Klopp, it should be Steven Gerrard. Would you entertain that decision at this stage? If you're Liverpool, if you can't get Xabi Alonso, would he be someone that you'd be interested in as the Liverpool manager?
No. I think there's other managers out there who are achieving great things and playing great styles and attractive styles of football that you'd probably be better off going with. And I think when you look at Liverpool right now, you can call them Klopp's kids. I think you'd probably want a manager that's going to be good with also working with some of those youngsters, because they've already proven that they can handle it and play at that level. I mean, there's one manager I'll probably say, you can look at Thiago Motta, the Bologna manager right now. He's doing really well, flying with Bologna. I think he'll be a good manager they can look at. The Sporting Lisbon manager as well. He's a manager that a lot of people are talking about with what he's done at Sporting Lisbon and how he's got Marcus Edwards playing there. So I just don't think that Steven Gerrard would be the right fit right now after Jurgen Klopp leaving. I think there's too many other managers out there who would be a better fit.
The crazy situation here is we could have a situation where Manchester United need a manager, Liverpool need a manager, Bayern need a manager, Barcelona need a manager. There won't be enough managers of a certain standing to fill those positions at all those clubs. Don, just on with your Liverpool knowledge, having been a former Liverpool player, if it's not going to be Xabi Alonso, who is the hottest coaching commodity in European football right now, and he's got the link to Liverpool, if it's not him, would you look at the list that Nigel's just mentioned, Thiago Motta, Ruben Amorim, people like that, or would you favour someone that knows the football club, that knows Liverpool, that knows the city, even if they've not necessarily got the managerial CV that the other ones have?
No, I don't think that's super important. It's always nice. I mean, you see the job that Jurgen Klopp done and immediately he got on board with the fans and he drank in the city and he mixed with the people and they took to him straight away. And Nigel's right, Santiago Motta, the job that he's doing at Bologna. But one man I think that doesn't get a mention, I think if you're Man United or Liverpool, and it's not Xabi Alonso for Liverpool, that doesn't get a mention and he should do, and that's Unai Emery at Aston Villa. You know, if you're Man United and you're Liverpool, with Monchi being the sporting director, the job that he's done at Villa, I think it's been remarkable. Now, I'm not saying he would leave Aston Villa, but when Man United or Liverpool come calling, you'd have to think about that. And I think he deserves a special mention for the job that he's done at Villa.
Does Arsenal not go against him, though? The fact that he's been at one of the very biggest clubs in the country and it didn't go well.
Bad timing.
Would you forgive him that?
I would. I think it's bad timing. I think he went in after Arsene Wenger. Like the boys were saying before, it's difficult to follow the man. The manager.
But you're
was a
going in
good
after
one.
Jurgen Klopp now, so he's already followed Wenger and it didn't work. You'd be following Klopp now. I mean, there's
yeah, he might be thinking, not again. I'm not going to do that twice in a row. But at the same time, if he gets offered the job, and as I said, taking Monchi with him, you know, it's difficult to turn down Liverpool and Man United.
Yeah.
And the thing as well is, Fletch, though, when he went in at Arsenal with Arsene Wenger, you got to look at the players that he had to deal with. And the structure wasn't in place like it's been put in place right now for Mikel Arteta. With Edu being more responsible for the transfers and people coming in, there's a lot of crap that he had to deal with being there at Arsenal. And now he hasn't got to deal with that at Villa, and that's why he's got the success he's got. And I'm with Fletch. I think he's a manager that definitely doesn't get the respect he deserves for what he's done so far.
Pep Guardiola.
A perfectionist.
A tactical genius.
The best manager of his generation.
The best manager in history.
Reserve team coach Pep Guardiola, a popular former player at the Nou Camp, will take over from Rijkaard.
This is a podcast all about the man who has shaped the modern game.
It feels almost as if he's solved the riddle, if he's cracked the code for football.
From his history in La Masia to dominating football across Europe.
He's brought a brand of football to the Premier League that we've never seen before.
Everybody plays like Pep's teams now.
From football, he takes you to heaven.
From BBC 5 Live.
Sporting giants, Pep Guardiola.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Enterprise value equals market capitalisation plus total debt
pricing
minus
model
cash
equals risk-free rate plus
cost of
beta
capital
times
equals percentage of equity times cost of equity plus percentage of debt times cost of debt.
Not intimidated? Good. The sharpest minds succeed with London Business School's finance courses, ranked in the top 5 by the Financial Times. Find out which of our world-class finance courses are right for you by searching LBS Finance today.
This is the Football Daily with Darren Fletcher.
We're delighted to say on the Friday Football Social that we are joined by Noel Gallagher. Noel, welcome to the programme. Great to have you with us.
Thank you very much. How are you?
We're very good, thank you. Don Hutchison is here. Paul Robinson's here.
Right, Noel.
Good evening.
Are you confident?
About what?
The game at the weekend?
Well, we've not got a great record at Anfield. I wouldn't say I was confident, but we're in as good as form as we can be going in. We can only ask for as much as that. Not particularly, no. In an absence, no.
Really?
Well, only because of our record there. You know, we're going in there, like I say, in great form, and that's all we can ask for. But then we've been there in great form before and been done. But so I don't know. We'll see, won't we?
As a City fan, man and boy, did Trent Alexander-Arnold wind you up this week?
If he wasn't such a simpleton, I'd say yeah. But the fact that, you know, he's kind of... First of all, he says, in this era, City have probably won more trophies than us. And it's like, well, no, hang on. We have won more trophies than you. And in fact, we've won twice as many trophies as you. And for someone to say that a trophy probably means more to another set of fans than to a different set of fans is the talk of a simpleton. Because I'll tell you this, West Ham winning the Europa League thing last season, whatever that was, will mean as much to them as that Champions League win to us. So for him to come out with that is, I mean, even by footballer standards, he's a bit dim, isn't he? No offence to the guy in the studio.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think he was being mischievous, Noel? Yeah. Do you think he was being mischievous, or do you think he was just talking about, from being a Liverpool fan? Because Phil Foden would probably say the same thing, and he probably just feels as though it matters more to him.
No, he's played to the gallery. He's not bright enough to say anything clever, So they play to the gallery up there. But I mean, you've only got to look at what he said, and it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense. So I don't think he was being clever, and all the things always playing mind games. It's like, really? What is the one of the X-Men or something?
One thing we like to do on a Friday, we throw one against the other, and Don and Robbo coming on this as well. Everybody loves watching Erling Haaland. The one player I kind of feel sorry for from the outside of all this is Aguero, because a lot of people who aren't associated with Man City have almost forgotten about what he did there. If you make that comparison, Don, Haaland or Aguero for you?
I would lean towards Aguero. I would.
Well, for longevity, or?
Well, I just think we all sort of live in the now, don't we? And we look at Haaland and we look at life in general. It's all about the now. But we forget the players. We don't forget them. We just sort of, it's in the back of my mind. And I seen a rerun the other day of Aguero's best goals. And my goodness me, they were just like ridiculous. Every finish, outside of the right foot from a tight angle, or a 30-yard screamer, or a brilliant mazy run taking about 5 players on. We forget actually how good he is. Haaland's numbers are like astronomical. I'd lean towards Aguero.
Robbo?
Well, Haaland, 81 in 85 games. I mean, he's a joke and he's a freak. But I think they're very different strikers in different eras. Both will leave a lasting legacy at that club for years and years to come for their own reasons.
What would you say, Noel? Aguero, Haaland? I mean, you take both, obviously. But
I'd say once Haaland has left the club and played as many games as Aguero, Haaland's numbers and trophy haul would be better. But I agree with the guy. Aguero was more exciting because his goals were more exciting, but Haaland is as nailed on a dead cert as you can find in football. But I think Sergio's Argentinian, he's got the flair and all that, he's got the South American thing, but Erling is a machine. And
there's a mad stat in the week, Noel, that he scored in the week, Haaland, so he's now got as many Champions League goals as Aguero in 42 fewer matches. Yeah. It's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to do... I'm not sure... Would he stay long enough to be City's all-time goal scorer? I don't know about that. That remains to be seen. But he'll obliterate every single record apart from that. And it's like, 82 got him, whatever it is, and he's having a terrible season, by the way, and he's on 30 goals already. So I'd say, now Aguero because of what he did, but Erling got us the Champions League and won the treble, so it's difficult. It's apples and oranges, isn't it? It's like,
who's the best one you've seen down there for City? Best player you've seen?
A best player. Again, it's like, I would have said David Silva, De Bruyne is going to push him extremely close, but David Silva, when he came to the Premier League, he was not hot property. People thought we'd overpaid for him, and for me, he personified the word sublime. You just didn't. I seen him give the ball away once, and he personifies sublime. He was just brilliant. He made us tick. He changed the game. A lot. Phil Foden wouldn't be the player today that he is today if it wasn't for David Silva. But De Bruyne is going to outstrip him trophies-wise, and again, if it's in the two, like De Bruyne's more breathtaking on the eye because these passes are just, they're incredible, and his assists and that's. But Dave was just something that you couldn't. He was like
graceful, wasn't he?
Yeah,
graceful.
he was just really
Sexy.
beautiful. Yeah, well, hang on a minute, I won't go that far, but he was just it was a beautiful footballer. We'd never seen the likes of it. You know what I mean? We'd never seen it.
See, I thought Fletch IQ-wise, I go back to Ilkay Gundogan, prime Gundogan, and I just thought, like, in any position, in any game, doesn't matter what the level is, if you're scoring overhead kicks at Goodison because you really need the 3 points, or you're scoring in the biggest of Champions League games, semis, finals, whatever, I thought that guy was just football IQ genius.
Amazing. You know, Pep brought him with a broken leg or some serious injury, and Pep was his first ever signing. But he's the reason. Him not being there is the reason why we're conceding so many goals this season, and he is the reason why we went through that period. If we couldn't see a game out and we've had a lot of draws, his game management was outstanding, and he was so humble and under the radar, and you know, he was a treble-winning captain, and you know he's gone. And but he was a bargain. I loved watching. I loved watching him play at Dortmund. You know, I seen him in the Champions League final against Bayern Munich. He was man of the match, and Dortmund didn't win that game. But he was something else. You know, really something else.
You said to me at the start of the season when you came on the programme that now you'd won the treble, Champions League, and all that, you didn't have to see City win another game. That was like you'd reached the top of the mountain, and anything from this point would be gravy. Now you look at the season and where they are now. How would you assess what you've seen from the City team in defence of those trophies to this point? And what are you starting to feel now, moving towards where it really starts to matter, where you usually put your foot on the gas?
I think I'm amazed that we are still in it, because history tells you that, you know, after winning a treble, there's not much else to do, and then losing Gundogan and Mahrez and Cancelo, they were big losses. I'm amazed that we're there, whether we're where we are, but we're conceding goals, which is not like us. We usually have the best goal difference, and which is unlike us not to have the best goal difference. So I think defensively we're not as tight, but I think that this title race is going to be extremely close, and Arsenal's goal difference could well be significant. But I fancy us. I don't think we'll finish the season empty-handed, which means we're going to win one of the 3 big ones left. So, but we'll see. You know, I think, you know, Pep said the other night we've got 2 points more than we did at this stage last season. Liverpool have stepped up. You know what I mean? And they've pushed us all the way, and it's going to be a great run into the season, and it's going down to the last day for sure.
Yeah, I get that feeling too. I mean, I just think on the other, with regard to the Champions League, Don and Robbo, I can't see a team beating City over 2 legs. So I've kind of got them in the final, because I don't think there's anybody in the world at the minute that can beat them over 2 legs. A one-off final maybe, Inter pushed them last season in the final, but over 2 legs, Robbo, I mean, I just don't know how you do it.
Listen,
with the players
they're a machine. You look at the record in the European competition. I watched them again this week against Copenhagen. That's a Copenhagen team that have gone to Bayern Munich and drawn 0-0. It's a team that have knocked Galatasaray and Man United out of the group stages. We know they're not the forces that they were, but they're no mugs. Manchester City joined an elite group of teams this season. 3. Bayern Munich and Real Madrid that have only won 10 Champions League games on the bounce. That's the level that they're at. And they're the juggernaut that just keeps on going. It'd be interesting to know from Noel, if you could only have one, which one would it be? Which one means more?
Be the league.
The league.
It would be that one thing where, well, no one's ever done it. 4 in a row has never been done, and there's a reason for that, I guess. So I'm not really banking on us winning the league, but retaining the Champions League would be pretty special, as there's only Real Madrid ever done it. So I think either, you know, I hate making predictions, because, you know, and we have to remember Arsenal are flying right at the minute. And
I'm with you. They are. Yeah, nobody's talking about them, are they really?
No, they are hungry as well. You can see it that it killed them last season, because they were top of the league for, you know, 90% of the league. But I'd be more concerned about Arsenal than Liverpool, if I'm being honest. I'd be more concerned about the game at the Etihad against Arsenal than I would at the game Because the game at Anfield, we can afford to draw that, but we have to beat Arsenal. It's as simple as that. And I think
their fixtures are tricky. Their fixtures are tricky, Noel.
Yeah. But I still the way, you're looking for signs, and the way that they're playing, you're going, the only thing that's going to derail him is when Jesus comes back, and they've got to shuffle it around a little bit, because at the moment, I mean, they're smashing teams, and but this month is going to tell us it all, because if City, let's just say City beat United, if they beat Liverpool and they beat Arsenal, then I'd probably think we're going to win the league. If they lose both games, I can't see us winning the league. If we draw both, it's still up in the air. But I'll take 4 points now. But if you could tell me the way the 4 points would land, I'd rather beat Arsenal and draw with Liverpool than beat Liverpool and draw with Arsenal.
I wonder, Fletch, I wonder if there's any scar tissue from an Arsenal point of view from last season going in the run-in. I've had a look at their fixtures, especially their away fixtures this season. City, Brighton, they've got a Villa at home, but the other three are Wolves, Spurs, Man United. Tricky fixtures on the road in the run-in.
Just on that point that Noel made about the form, though, they've scored 31 goals in 7 matches, which is the most in a 7-game run in the history of the Premier League era. So 28 was the record before. They've got 31 in 7 matches. I mean, that has to count for something when you're that confident now.
Absolutely, they're flying. And the game against Arsenal, as I said, is going to be something else. And but it's great. It's great for the league. You know what I mean? It's great. This is what Guardiola thrives on, and what those lads in the City dressing room thrive on. And we've got an advantage in the fact we've been there before. Confidence must be sky high. Phil Foden has stepped up. He's a big game player now, and it's kind of like bring it on. If we end up not winning the league, so what? We've won enough of them in the last 5 or 6 years. It won't be the end of the world. You know what I mean? It'll be if we don't win the league, somebody will have pulled the tiger's tail at City, and we'd probably win it the year after. So I think as football fans, we should all just sit back and enjoy the ride, because I think it's going to be great. I think the game on Sunday is going to be great. Always is at Anfield. I think the game against Arsenal at the Etihad is going to be amazing, because Arsenal can make a statement there. But I still back my lads, and we're going to watch it all unfold. It's going to be great.
Don, you've been waiting to ask your question today all day, so you may as well do it now.
Bit of a fanboy question, Noel. I was at your gig at Main Road in '97, I believe, and my favourite song, which I think is the greatest love song ever written, "Slide Away." Is it a love song?
Yes, it is. It's about a girl in Manchester. She knows who she is, but no one else knows who she is.
What a song! my favourite love song of all time.
I was, funnily enough, on that. I just got back from the Oasis. Definitely maybe things coming out this year, the 30th anniversary, and we went back to photograph the studios where we recorded the album, and I went to sat on the bed in the bedroom at the studio where I wrote "Slide Away" in the studio yesterday for the first time in 30 years. Yeah. It was a bit of a moment. It was like, I was 26 at the time, and I was like, nobody knew what was going to happen with the band, and I was like thinking, I remember that night, just writing that song and thinking, yeah, it'll do. It's pretty good.
And there's a lot of girls in Manchester tonight wondering, was that me?
Yeah.
Could it be me?
Was that me?
Could that be me?
Listen, I tell them all that,
mate. Fantastic. No, stay with us. We're going to play 1 to 10. So what we do is we ask a question, and the guys, and you included, you'll have your section. They've all got a little section. What are the chances, 1 to 10? 10 being a certainty, 1 being no chance whatsoever, and anywhere in between. See what I mean?
Okay.
Really straightforward. Robbo, you're going to go first. Are you all set?
Yep, ready when you are. Benny Hill music's still on toe.
Harry Kane wins the Ballon d'Or before Jude Bellingham.
Oh, there's a lot of others there as well, isn't there? That's 50-50. 5, because they're both well capable of winning it next year. 5.
Okay, next one. Sheffield United conceded at least 4 goals at Bournemouth.
Well, it was 6 last week, so let's give them 6.
Last one, Robbo. Will there be one weekend between now and the end of the season where there's no VAR controversy?
No. Zero. Never going to happen. Unless they bring in the blue cards, that'll save us.
The first 0 we've had. Noel, stand by. You're after Don. Don, you're next. Don, Marcus Rashford to get 10 Premier League goals this season. He's on 6.
That's a 9. Stays fit,
9.
He'll get 10. Yeah, he'll get 10. He's on 6, he'll get 10.
Jurgen Klopp manages against Pep in a Clasico at some stage.
1. Pep's never going to go to Real Madrid. I don't see Pep going back to Barca as first team coach. Klopp maybe Real Madrid a few years' time, but unlikely. 1.
Okay. And Anthony Joshua gets knocked down, not knocked out, by Francis Ngannou.
Yeah, see, if this was Formula 1 chat, I'd be all over it, but boxing's not my bag. So I'll give it a 3.
Okay. Noel, you're up. You see how it works?
Yep.
Okay. Erling Haaland eventually gets more Champions League goals than Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, that's 6.
6, right.
Yeah.
Manchester City go unbeaten the rest of the season.
6.
6. Okay, off the back of that, Man City win the treble again, a double treble.
4.
Oh,
and the last one, the killer. Hey?
Oasis getting back together.
Oh dear. I mean, really, 3.
3.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
You see, I thought you killed Don's weekend, but Robbo's turned it into a potential positive.
Oh God! Well, oh God, that's going to be front page of the Sun tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. As long as they mention the Friday football social, I don't mind.
Manchester.
Yeah. Am I right in saying that there's going to be this Oasis-themed Man City kit for next season for the 30th anniversary of the album? Is that right?
Yes.
You know
yes.
that?
Where have you heard that? Yeah.
A lot of things reaches on these Fridays.
Right. Yeah. I can't say too much, but yeah, it's a definitely maybe inspired third kit, and it's far out, man.
Is it really good? Have you seen it? Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. I've seen it. I designed it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's got a massive picture of my head on all the tops. Yeah. No, it's great. No, it's been a real honour to do it for the 30th anniversary. So yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, and just tell us, because we're going to be running out of time soon. It's been fantastic having you on the programme tonight. Your relationship with Pep Guardiola, because I was saying to the boys earlier, Pep doesn't strike me as the kind of fella that has mates. He's like this football god. I can't imagine him hanging out, but you and him get on really well. You often say to me, I was on the phone to Pep. I mean, it's like you've got a really close relationship, haven't you two?
Yeah, well, I mean, this stems from the first interview he ever did was the City asked me to meet him at the club. I was there the day he met Vincent Kompany. I seen that meeting for the first time. It was amazing. And they asked me to interview him for the club website thing. And at the end of the interview, it was all very generic football stuff. At the end of the interview, he said, "Yeah, he said to me, can I have your phone number?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he started texting me about what are the fans like, and what about the city and all this kind of thing. And we just stayed friends after that. And he's quite funny, and he comes to my gigs, and he's honestly, he's like, my band has got 3 Scousers in it, Liverpool fans, and we're all football fans. And when he comes in the dressing room, there's a kind of like, wow, you know what I mean? He's like a proper legend who changed. There's not many people who changed the game of football, do you know what I mean? And he's kind of one of them. But he's an amazing fella, and if you spend any time with him, you'll see why his players run through brick walls for him. You can see why players run themselves into the ground for him. He's got that thing. He's a wizard. Does he like his music as well? Yeah. He's very knowledgeable on it, and he loves music. He loves British music, and he loves British culture as well. And he's a piece of work, let me tell you. He's amazing. Yeah. Do you natter more about football or music? Are you trying to get on the football and he's trying to talk about the music? Or this is the same with any footballer you'd ever meet. They all want to talk about music. We all want to talk about football. And the footballers are always like, it's just my job, it's what I do. And musicians are like, it's just what we do. But the two the two. We're all massive football fans and we're fascinated by it, and I think footballers are fascinated by musicians as well. And and the thing we have in common is we're all performers and we perform for fans and all that kind of thing. So I think there's a connection. And it's generally all working class lads as well. So, but I'm always trying to talk about football and who's playing left back.
I said that to you, Fletch, didn't I? I said that to you. I said that's what Noel would say.
He's always talking about songs and where they come from and all that kind of thing. So it's a real pleasure to even get a text from him from time to time. I get voicemails from him from time to time. It's like, I'm gonna have to sit down now. I'll press this, and he's a dude, man.
Have you ever told him who to play?
No, God, no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. No, I mean, what? There's been a few times when my City mates have been like, "What's he playing at there?" And I'm just like, mate, what do you want me to say? You know what I mean? No, I wouldn't offer opinions, and he wouldn't ask me in any way. He's like, if somebody asked me offered an opinion on what I do, I'd be pretty upset. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just a fan, and very respectful, and luckily he's a fan of mine as well. So it's great.
Final one: if you do get to the Champions League final this season, please tell me. Please tell me you're going to be there. Yeah.
I've got the dates right this year. I've got the dates right, and I'm looking. I mean, I'll go to it anyway because it's at Wembley. If if there's not, I'll go. Whoever's there, I'll go. But I think we stand a pretty good. I can only see really Madrid who could push us in that, because I always look at the Champions League games and think, are you over two legs? I mean, we're pretty much invincible over two legs. That's not to say we're going to get to the final. We could draw Arsenal, you know what I mean, or we could draw Madrid in the quarters or the semis. So, but it's going to be, we've got some brilliant games of football coming up now, and I'm around for them all. So, thank God.
Brilliant. You had a surreal experience last year, didn't you? Because you were in San Diego, in a Manchester City bar, the night that they won the treble Champions League for the first time. You're trying to watch the match, and everybody's trying to sing "Don't Look Back in Anger" to you.
It was unbelievable. Yeah, I was trying. Yeah, and it was at midday, and I'd lost my voice by the time I got to the gig, and I pulled the gig short. And I was quite frank with the audience. I was like, "Look, I can't do these last three songs, so I'm getting off because I can't even speak." And you can boo all you want because my team has just won the treble, and you have no idea what that means. Like a treble? What? God damn it! What's a treble? Google it.
Oh, mate, fantastic! Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We've really enjoyed it.
No worries, mate. No worries.
There's commentary of Liverpool against Manchester City in 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. Thanks to Noel Gallagher, Nigel Rio-Coker, Don Hutchison and Paul Robinson. That's it for the Friday Football Social. Sports Report is your next episode of the Football Daily.
Exciting times, Ellis.
Oh, is it? Why?
Well, our brand new podcast is here. 2 releases a week, and we get to leave behind the shackles of live radio and draconian vaping laws of Broadcasting House. Ellis, we are the pioneers of digital Britain, grasping the opportunity to redefine the audio landscape through powerful, impactful, dynamic conversation. You and I will inspire the next generation of free thinkers. What are your aims and aspirations for this new dawn?
I'll try to arrive on time and not eat mango on air.
You know what? I'll take that.
The Ellis James and John Robbins podcast, out on Tuesdays and Fridays.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The Football Daily Podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
He's given us a reason to believe that we are getting back to where we want to be.
It's almost like he is one of us. I can't explain how much I love him.
He's full of energy, he's full of excitement, he's full of intensity as well on the touchline.
What he's done is nothing short of a miracle for Arsenal Football Club.
In the end, they fell short, but after years of mediocrity, Mikel Arteta has turned Arsenal back into contenders. With the youngest squad in the Premier League this season, they pushed Manchester City in the title race, landing Champions League football for the first time since 2016. And when you talk to the supporters surrounding me here at an Arsenal game, they're full of praise for the Spaniard in the dugout.
every sort of cheer, chant that we have, he lives it, he breathes it. We see what it means to him. You know, he comes across as a very serious, sort of sincere person in his press conferences, but when you see him out and about with the players, training ground, on the touchline, he feels it. And as an ex-player, he understands what it means to be Arsenal. So when you see him on the touchline, you feel a sense of pride, you feel a sense of excitement, and we're just so excited to see where it kind of ends up with him.
The atmosphere at the Emirates Stadium now, I would say, is second to none. It's been exceedingly good. The fans are behind him, and it's more that the players and the manager are bonding with the fan. It's almost like a new relationship beginning again. It's like that, you know, we're all in love with each other, you know.
He has a great sense of value. He demands respect. I love his psychology. I love that he wants to look at things from everybody else's point of view, to try to get the best out of everybody.
Before taking charge of Arsenal, Arteta had never been a head coach before. But now, after some turbulent seasons and at the age of just 41, he's mixing it with the top managers in the game. So how did he transition so quickly from midfielder to management? What were the key steps on his journey into coaching? And what makes him stand out from others who have tried and failed at Europe's top clubs? My name's John Bennett, and this is Arteta, the making of Mikel. Coming up, we'll meet the Premier League star who shared a bunk bed with Arteta at Barcelona's world-famous academy.
We were sharing same dreams, same nightmares, same fears. We were all together supporting each other because we were at that time brothers.
We'll go back to where it all began for Arteta, a small youth club next to a hair salon which has quietly become an amazing La Liga talent factory.
He was not like other kids who got distracted, talked to each other, joked around. Instead, he was very attentive. And when he came on the field, he played brilliantly because he had so much quality.
We'll speak to former teammates at Rangers, Everton and Arsenal on the defining moments in his career.
Take that responsibility on that young age in such an important game and moment of that decisive title race against Celtic, was impressive.
And we find out why the Welsh city of Newport played a part in his success.
He's the most educated person we've had probably come through the doors here on any of our courses. I just think it's that level of curiosity and that level of kind of innovation, the way that he thought about things.
But first, I'm outside one of the most famous stadiums in the world, the Camp Nou, home of Barcelona, because perhaps above all else, this may have been the most influential place in Mikel Arteta's football journey. Not the iconic arena, but a small building just outside. If you've been here to watch a game, you may have walked past without noticing it. It's La Masia, which literally translates as the farmhouse, and that's exactly what it looks like. It's a fairly small Catalan farmhouse with a tiled, angled roof, now surrounded by fencing because it's not used anymore. The modern La Masia Academy is over at the club's state-of-the-art training ground, about 20 minutes drive away. But over the past decades, it has been home to some of the biggest and best talents in world football, the likes of Lionel Messi, Pep Guardiola, Andres Iniesta, and many, many more. When they were youngsters, they all slept in the dorm rooms inside that farmhouse building in the shadow of Camp Nou.
This is a monument, not just for itself, because it has a lot of history, but also for what Barcelona has achieved, because everything was born here.
Ernest Macia, sports reporter from Radio Catalunya.
In fact, it was Johan Cruyff, one of the persons who by late 70s made the proposal to the president, Josep Lluís Núñez, at the time, that this should be a place for homegrown players. And President Núñez, in the 80s, he adapted these facilities to allow young players to sleep here, to eat here, to receive the talks from the coaches in here, and then to go to the training grounds.
And the teams have walked out and are standing now, and we see another mosaic again all around the ground, the red and the blue.
And they open their curtains in the morning and the first thing they see is the home of Barcelona, the stadium, Camp Nou. I mean, to have that right next to them is something really special, to have that so close to the place where they dream about playing one day.
Yeah, we can say that they could barely touch their dream. And, well, it helped these guys focus a lot on what their objective was. Most of them wouldn't achieve it, but some of them, yes. And, yes, this is an iconic place.
Arteta arrived here at La Masia in his mid-teens. It's a long way from his home in San Sebastian in the north of Spain. He was rubbing shoulders with young players who would soon become household names. In fact, he shared a bunk bed with a goalkeeper who'd go on to play for Liverpool and win a World Cup. Spain international Pepe Reina.
We were teammates and then we were roommates. He arrived 1 year later than I did. I was there and I was already settled. And for us to help them, the new ones, to settle down and be right, it was, kind of our job. So that's why being a teammate at that time, it was very important living in the same place. So I tried to help him from the beginning because he deserved. He's an open heart man for everything he does and a great human being.
And it wasn't just the same dorm room, was it? It was bunk beds. You on top?
If I'm not wrong, he will remember it worse than I do. I was the one snoring, let's say, and being honest. But because of we were up and down, the people, during the night, they were upset, obviously for the noise of my snoring. So they started to throw, shin pads, shoes, flip-flops. Everything was right. But mean that we were sharing the same bed. Many of them articles, finished in the Mikkel's bed. So the sharing of that bed cost him many sleepless nights and almost our relationship. But it was fun. There were plenty of funny moments, and La Masia is that, is that brotherhood and all that togetherness. We were sharing same dreams, same nightmares, same fears, and we were all together supporting each other because we were at that time brothers.
Yeah, and you both come from a long way, haven't you? You come from Madrid, he'd come from San Sebastian. You've been there a year longer, but there was homesickness, wasn't there? I guess in that way you both support each other.
We were 13, 14, 15-year-old kids, and we missed our families. We missed our brothers, sisters, our parents. I remember reading letters from home at that time. So, and there were tears. There were, people crying, and it was tough moments. It was not only funny moments and football moments. You need to be supportive with your brothers at that time, and Mikkel and I were like that.
Is that where you build your resilience that you've both used in your careers? Going through those tough moments, you're competing against each other as well. From those La Masia times, is that where you got the resilience?
Probably.
The huge Hotel Sofia. I'm heading there now to meet a man who had a pretty impressive job title during some of his time working behind the scenes at Barcelona, Head of Methodology. It's Paco Cerullo, who is known as a master teacher of physical preparation. He was a fitness coach under Pep Guardiola and was described by the now Manchester City head coach as the best physical trainer I've ever worked with. In fact, it was Guardiola's mentor, the great Johan Cruyff, who promoted him to become physical trainer of the club's first team in 1994. And up until leaving Barcelona last year, he was at the heart of their identity and their success.
I
remember Mikkel's time at Barça B. I was a fitness coach. His coach, Quique Costas, was with him for 2 years. Later, he was promoted to the first team, where he didn't play much. I took many training sessions with Mikkel. He was small and slim, but skillful. He understood the game very well. The relationship he established with his teammates in the game was always very mature. He wasn't the most athletic player, and he wasn't a certain starter because he was competed with some very good players in midfield, but he held his own. When he played, especially in the second year, the team played more in Barça style. Then he went to the first team and we met each other less often. I have great memories of the time we met. He liked to train a lot. He had a lot of respect for his teammates and the coaching staff. He was very nice and extremely polite.
Barcelona inevitably in possession. Busquets backheels it to Iniesta. Taken up by Messi. Xavi.
La Masia has produced so many great players, and many of those great players are now becoming coaches like Mikel Arteta. Is it because you don't only teach a different way of playing, but also a different way of thinking about the game? Do players who come out of La Masia become more creative in the way they think tactically about football and more innovative, perhaps?
La esencia del juego del Barça.
The philosophy is that you help your teammates do what they are capable of doing well. This means leaving your ego at the door as you put your teammate above yourself. And that comes with a cost. Some players did not accept it and did not succeed at grassroots level. Others understood that it wasn't about sacrificing yourself, but it was about tailoring your game to the needs of your teammate. This is what Arteta and Guardiola used to do. When the player received the ball, they said thank you because it had arrived exactly as they wanted it. Some players accepted it, some found it difficult. This meant that some players who were perfectly suited to other clubs were not right for Barca. This is the essence of La Masia. Your teammate comes first. And that's very difficult in a game where personal glory is so important to so many players. Arteta was one of those players who appeared when needed and did what was needed for the team. Arteta, like Pep, was unselfish and played for others. His essence was to work for the team and help others to thrive. And this is what he does now with his players. He trains them so that their only priority is to collaborate with their teammates. Arteta tries to create an environment where creativity can thrive.
Prácticas particulares que aporten cosas al juego, etcétera. Supongo que será así.
So Mikel Arteta was schooled in the Barcelona ideology at La Masia. But according to Pepe Reina, many of the raw materials of a future coach were already there.
He was born as a manager, I think. He's intelligent on the pitch, he's been demonstrated off the pitch also. But I think the education in Barcelona as a player, and especially in his position, it's particularly strong. So it was only normal that those players in those positions, they know more football than others. It's as simple as that.
Could you always see that you go into management when he was young?
It was the personality of that, and also because he was lucky enough to finish his footballing career and then have a little master with Pep for 3 years. That's an unbelievable starting point to say something. It's like when somebody graduates in the university and then does the master in Harvard to do the specialty of coaching. It was his lucky and deserving so, because you knew Mikel when already was finishing his career as a football player, that he was already a manager. So that's why he deserved, and he got the opportunity to start with Guardiola for 3 years.
And finally, are you thinking you might follow Mikel Arteta into coaching yourself?
I will need to learn from him. I will visit him, but yeah, it is the way I will start. The managing area is kicking in my head from 2 or 3 years ago. Nowadays, I think more as a coach than almost as a player. So you need to prepare yourself mentally, but also, get your license and be prepared. Be clever with who you study and who you choose as a mentor. But Mikel is strongly up there with one of my favorites, and I will learn, if I can, from his manager abilities, because he's going to be one of the greatest.
I could see you in a management team together, from the bunk bed to the technical area.
It could be, if he wants. I'm available probably in 2 or 3 years. So it's a strong situation there. To be together in bumping beds with 40 years of difference, more or less, is gonna be interesting.
But of course, La Masia isn't where Mikel Arteta started playing football. It all began here, perhaps on this famous beach where I'm standing now. And if I look behind me, I can see the apartment block where he grew up. I've travelled from Barcelona 500 kilometres north to San Sebastian in the Basque country. This beautiful seaside city is where Arteta was born and raised, and where he joined his first football club. So a stone's throw from the beach and from the town centre. Here we are, where Mikel Arteta's football journey started, and not just his football journey as well. An incredible number of footballers have come through this club. Antiguaco, the name of the club crest as well, blue and white, is above this brown door. Let's knock and meet one of Mikel Arteta's first coaches. Roberto. Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Thanks so much for the invite. Wow. The first thing that greets you here is a number of shirts on the wall, and these are all shirts of players who have come through this club. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's about 20 shirts, and there's a shrine to Xabi Alonso with a number of Liverpool shirts. Xabi Alonso lifting the Champions League trophy, and a bit further on, a shrine to Mikel Arteta, some Arsenal shirts, some boots from his time at Everton. Roberto, let's sit down and have a chat about Mikel Arteta's time here at the club.
The first time I met Mikel, it was when he was 8 or 9 years old. We played some tournaments in France. When he was really young, he didn't stand out in height or strength, but his quality was head and shoulders above the others. He had a lot of talent. Of all the players I've seen, he was the one with the most quality. I've seen many excellent prospects: Anthony Raola, Xabi Alonso, Mikel Alonso, Aris Aduriz, etc. But he was a midfielder who had something special. He didn't seem very strong, but he had an incredible flair, even if he was small. We played many tournaments with him and Xabi Alonso in the same team. The three of us used to go to France to play in competitions, and it was superb. That was a very good team and players.
Strong run forward here for Arsenal, turns it back to Arteta, great chance, and he scores! Mikel Arteta!
I was born with a big heart issue that they could not resolve till I was 2 years old, because I was too little, and they had to open my heart and go through it, and it was one of the first surgeries that it was done in that way in Spain. So we didn't know how it was going to end up. I was a really lively kid. Doctor was telling my father and mother that he needs to calm down. He's not going to be able to do much exercise with that problem. And slowly I managed to go through every possible stage. I was safe, I was feeling good, and I managed to be a professional footballer.
He had some heart issues as a child. He had to have a major operation on his heart. Did you know about that when he came to the club? Was that something that was known?
Sí, eso yo me enteré porque su padre nos lo comentó a nosotros. Yes, I knew that he had had a heart operation. I found it out because his father told us about it. In his school years, before joining our club, he was already playing football on the beach in Guipúzcoa. And in those games, he battled hard as his life depended on it. He was born a winner. He ran so hard that he would end up exhausted every day. When he arrived here at the club, he felt less alone. Players passed the ball to his feet, and he started really enjoying the experience of playing football. His father had told us that he had had a heart operation, that he had a scar. However, it never affected his sporting life at all. He has never complained or had any issues with his heart. Everything was fine.
You've had some amazing players in the past at this club. You had some amazing players in the team with Mikel Arteta, but did he stand out from the rest? Did he have something special about him back then?
Sí, sobresalía del resto. He stood out from the rest. He had something special. It was nice to see such quality in that tiny body. He was like Messi. You watch Messi's videos and there are many similarities from when they were kids. Mikel had a very good reading of the game. It was as if he was watching the game from above. Ven en el campo lo que la gente ve desde arriba.
About 20 minutes up the hill from the clubhouse is the pitch where Mikel Arteta, as a boy, learnt his skills. This is where the current generation of Antiguaco under-14s are training. This is the age that Mikel Arteta was when he was picked up and signed by Barcelona, when he went to the famous La Masia Academy. some great players on show here. You can see the amount of talent that they have here. It's a pitch, it's a ground which is shared by a number of teams in San Sebastian. There's a blue and white stand over in the corner, the colours of Real Sociedad. There's a clubhouse on the far side as well, in a grey building. Some snacks being sold to the parents who are watching the training session. And it's here that Mikel Arteta's skills as a player came to the fore, but also the skills that are serving him so well as a coach and a manager. He really was a leader even back then.
These players who play in midfield have a better chance of ending up as coaches. Guardiola, Xavi Hernandez, Xavi Alonso. From a very young age, they are already forced to know where the rest of the teammates are, to direct, to close the spaces. As a result, both Xavi and Mikel have been coaches on the field since they were kids. They are natural leaders. And if you're a leader in your youth team like Antiguoco, you become a leader in Glasgow, Everton or Arsenal. And you're destined to be a manager. When he
that's what you'll be saying. Like, what's all the talk? What's the way Cooper will probably be looking like, look for who talks everything that talk, because at the end of the day, all the talk and all the this Ngannou has a gigantic punch, is this, is that. He came to nothing yesterday. The man couldn't even do anything. So I think kudos to Anthony Joshua, and he actually had a fantastic game plan. He actually had a fantastic plan going into that bout, and like I said, he's added more to his game. And when we talk about someone being dangerous, he's added some extras to his game. But you know what Anthony Joshua is all about. It's about the power points, about the efficiency at which he does that with, and he brought that to the ring yesterday, and you know what to expect, but he still delivered. So it's as simple as that. And knocking out somebody as big as Ngannou the way he did just would makes it the more exciting. And also, I think even Fury that came out, I know we'll probably get to that. Fury that came out and say, I'll still beat AJ even if he knocked out Ngannou. Fury will probably be thinking like, Ngannou's a big guy and you knocked him out the way you did. I mean, and this is someone that took me down also. So, I mean, even Fury within himself will be like, this is like AJ reborn, AJ 2.0, and you probably want to be careful when you're facing AJ 2.0.
Okay.
What did they do?
Marcus Rashford just gave his jersey to
his old friend,
his friend
Ashley Young.
Are they actually that kind of friends?
Yeah, former teammates, cool guys.
Former teammates, I know, but friend. I mean, you put that word "friend" into my mouth. That's not what I wanted to say.
Yeah, they are close pals.
They're close pals.
Yeah, when he was at Manchester United.
Please stay close to the mic.
Well, yeah, they are pals. When he was at Manchester United, talking about Ashley Young, his locker is next to that of Marcus Rashford, so I'll put them in that friendship. Yeah, so it's part of it. Yeah.
What was wrong with Ngannou last night?
It's not your thing. It's like young chooks going to play cricket.
No man, yes, I love that.
Why was he young?
Cricket. I love that. I think. What are you doing now? I think he actually. So Benjamin actually was very fair. For the first time, I've seen Benjamin.
Wonderful.
Very fair to young chicks. Trust me, that was very fair. I expected
shots.
An AJ kind of knockout over Ngannou.
They can do it. I get them out.
So it's like back to what I was saying. It's like young chicks playing cricket. The man doesn't even know how to hold a bat, more or less. You know, wearing a helmet. So it's like that. In as much as you make, the man has, in terms of money. I tried converting the money they made. AJ made 7 billion naira in that fight. No use naira.
Ngannou made 3 billion. That's like 2 rounds and you make 3 billion. Reliance, come and punch me, let me make 3 billion.
May die.
So you're calling the wrong person.
I can box.
You're calling the wrong person. By the way, I've already made a post on social media. I've called out a boxer, so expect it.
So it's like you have to stick to what works for you. That's it. It's a transition stage for the man. Yeah, in as much as he dealt with what's his name, the man he fought first, Tyson Fury. Yeah. In as much as he fought Tyson Fury, and then many argued. I for one was part of those that said, how come Ngannou didn't win this game? Probably I don't know, but he fought that was a morale booster for him, and the man thought, oh, I could climb Mount Everest. And Joshua told him, man, you have to crawl first before you start running. That's how it is. So it's about big brother doing that to a younger brother. In the sport of boxing, AJ is bigger, way bigger. It's like a big brother to Ngannou. Yeah, so that's how it is. So it's like, man, you just came into this and you want to start pulling weight. You have to start from the back. So AJ taught him that lesson. I think it's a hard lesson for the man to take. But the truth is, the best therapy you can get is a victory. And that victory was what has helped Anthony Joshua climb up the ladder. Yeah, and I think this victory will have to be dedicated to Ben Davison. Since the man came into the life of AJ, the man has really worked on AJ. You can see that aggression in AJ's way of boxing now. AJ is ready to go with you toe to toe. Anyhow you want it, is ready to give to you. And the man has won four fights in a row. So I think it's a morale booster for him. Yes, in as much as Eddie Hans has said it before now. I was a bit scared, for AJ because a lot. He stand to lose a lot if Ngannou had won him in that fight. I look at the body size of Ngannou. I watched his previous game with the young man, and I was scared. I was like, how can AJ cope with this aggressive fighter? But AJ just like Henry has said, AJ just told me, don't be scared for me. I'm a boxer. I came into this box and this sports because I know what is at stake. I know what I can attain. I'm a former champion, 2 times champion for that matter. So I know how to go about it. So I think Francis Ngannou has learned his lesson the hard way. He needs to, go back to the drawing board, like we always say. Go back, learn your lesson, see how you can, start from possibly the middleweight or other weights, or just get a lesser fighter to boost your confidence, and then see how you can come back to the sport again.
Okay, so it was basically about you getting to an unfamiliar terrain. But again, if we have to look at things from that angle, this is a man that shocked the world against Tyson Fury, who happens to be the best in the division thus far. Maybe arguably the best because Alexander Usyk with the other one, but there are those who argue about the prestigious WBC title, so it could be put up there as the best. So he shocked the world when he faced Fury. But because he was knocked out cold in just 2 rounds, we are not talking that he's in an unfamiliar terrain. Why was that line of arguments not used when he fought against Tyson Fury?
That's why I come into play. I don't agree with Benjamin for a bit. I think we talk about the way Joshua handled the boxing match, and you say maybe he was smart enough to understand that if you go toe-to-toe with Francis Ngannou, he will knock him out. So he used the speed, use your pace. But I feel him critically reducing his body size or body weight 5 pounds lower than Ngannou was critical enough for him to move quicker. And look about Joshua and how we talk about him always trying to relax before going to before he goes for a killer. He always try to be safe for himself, and that was a shocking Joshua yesterday. He went all out for the killer. That was something new for Joshua, and I heard he said the man has already gone to evolve after doing that baby cries. And you look at the man after coming from the baby cries and everything that he did after losing the bout with Usyk. I think it has made him look somewhat new. But I think looking at Ngannou critically, the man didn't take. I would say maybe the man didn't take his chances, or I would not say the chances were not given to him. So I don't think the chances were given to him yesterday. The first boxing, and the first jab was from Ngannou. So you actually say the man tried to do something, but you say the pace or the speed of Joshua limited him to some areas. You talk about pound for pound, I think Ngannou will beat Joshua. If you talk about pound for pound, even talk about strength, if you talk about hard knocks, Ngannou has this more than Joshua. So I feel his promoter said everything. So because this man actually knocked down Fury with just a right hand punch, and you talk about deadly boxers in the world of WBC or the rest heavyweights. You talk about Wilder, talk about Mike Tyson and the rest. You look at the man and how he hits hard. You say this man might actually be part of them if he's even actually giving a buy into the heavyweights for a long period of time. So I feel it's not even down to now Joshua, not down to Ngannou doing a crossover fight or just being new to the system. I feel it's down to the technical know-how of Joshua. I think Joshua was smart enough to know that I have to go for his weakness. I think you look at the David and Goliath issue. Yeah, even though we talk about God intervention, but we talk about quitting. If you feel David should have more energy and pace, he can run around for as much as he wants. But talk about the Giants, that's for the Goliath. He has to limit his strength to just being, let me catch you first, let me hold you first and give you that punch before you can actually do anything damaging. Look at Joshua Fex, the first blow that made him to go to the canvas. It was from the side, after giving the first jab from his left hand, and he went for the right hand punch, and that was the first one. The second one was almost the same thing. It was the third one that made him look like, I think it was maybe beating Benjamin in the house. Simple thing. He just after recovery, I went for the blow. That was like amazing. No, that was shocking for me first of all, because the Joshua I know want to go for the killer immediately. The man will want for the persons to regroup, coming to the game gradually before releasing the blow again. So it's down to Joshua being better at the night, not Ngannou crossing over.
Okay, so which one was it for the Cameroonian Francis Ngannou? He faced a more beta Anthony Joshua, or he just didn't take his chances, or he found himself in an unfamiliar terrain as it is? Let us know what you think. Use the SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Now, I want to come to you now, Alexandra. So at this point, it's safe to say that for you to, the bout was scheduled for 10 rounds. The bout ended 1 round and some seconds into the second round. It's safe to say that the confidence of Anthony Joshua is back. He can face anybody at this point, right?
Yeah, but not really. It depends on the person he faces. Maybe I would just say Ngannou wasn't really prepared for the game. Or let's say he didn't take his chances very well. He didn't see it coming, because me too, I didn't even see it coming from Joshua.
All right, so at this point, what next for Ngannou? If you had to advise Ngannou, go back to the MMA like Benjamin earlier opined, or build again, maybe just build and see how far it takes you from there?
I feel he should build and knock out anyone that comes his way next time.
Okay. What was the confidence like that he's going to knock out more persons?
Because when he builds himself, he would want to do better than before.
And probably the experience from fighting Joshua.
Exactly.
Will be very helpful.
So he wouldn't want to go down again.
Okay. Your thoughts, Ovie?
For me, I stay with Chooks on this one. Ngannou was the bigger man there. If he had gone pound to pound with Joshua, he could have gotten the victory. And Joshua even said it after the match, don't leave boxing, because he knows that, okay, maybe if he had gone pound to pound with Ngannou, maybe Ngannou could have gotten the win. And Ngannou, just one match and you're already putting in part of the top 10 boxers in the world, hardest hitters in the world. So you already know the man's power, you know what he can do with his fist, and he's already getting integrated into the boxing system. I feel that just some few fights and he's going to get back on his feet. So he shouldn't leave boxing or go back to UFC. Although UFC is his terrain, I feel that he can make a name for himself here in the boxing world.
Okay, Henry, did Ngannou make a mistake going against heavy hitters? I mean, there are just few fighters that will cross over to boxing now. Probably they'll even step up to the heavyweight division and go for this big fight. Even though Alexander Usyk, when he relinquished all the belts at the cruiserweight and stepped up to the heavyweight division, he didn't go against the big boys. And he started with more like what you could call deadweights and all that, and then gradually climbed up, got the experience, and then boom, Anthony Joshua back-to-back wins, and he's now a champion. So did Ngannou make a mistake going way too high?
I think Ngannou went ahead of himself. I think the whole thing with Tyson Fury was just like an exhibition, but after what he did against Tyson Fury, he felt, man, maybe I can take the big boys on. Who is the easiest big boy to actually take on at the moment? Anthony Joshua seemed like it. He seemed like cannot further at this point in time. But that is the truth. That's probably it. And that's what he tried to do. And it sort of backfired for the man, Francis Ngannou. And look, you do not go and play. You do not, like, it's like which team will I use now? Burnley coming into the Premier League. Okay, let's say Leicester comes into the Premier League next season. They know, yes, they are Leicester City. They are good. They are too good for the Championship. They were a decent Premier League club when they were there, but now they've gotten relegated. They've lost certain quality and they have come back. So now, all of a sudden, you just want to go straight up and feel like I can go and beat Manchester City and Liverpool and Arsenal without even batting an eyelid. I will give them a run for their money. No, it doesn't work like that. Sports don't work like that. Football, he needed to go up, climb up, build his confidence, feed off that with, learn more, adjust more, giving himself more time to adjust to the heavyweight category. That's what he needed to do, but he didn't do that. The man just left himself bare for anything, and you're facing arguably the two biggest names in the division at this point in time, and like I said, you just went for them big time. Let me go, let me hit them big time, let me see if I can get something big time, and it backfired for the man. I think he should have climbed up, taken his time, gradually built up. Usyk did the same thing. He had about 3 or 4 fights before he now went straight off for Anthony Joshua. He had seen had enough of what he needed to actually go and face Anthony Joshua in the right sense of things, and that's what he did. So I don't know, for Francis Ngannou, the man just needs to take a step back. I'm not saying go back to MMA. Start from the bottom and climb your way back to the top. Build your confidence, because look, this defeat is shattering. There's no human being this defeat will not shatter your confidence. You have to be, I do not know what I'll classify you as if this sort of defeat, the manner of the defeat, does not affect your confidence. So I think for Francis Ngannou, he made a serious mistake. He should have gradually built, had a lot of buzz around him beyond just being what he did against Fury and being a champion in the MMA. Had enough buzz around him when it comes to his boxing ability and in the boxing world. Then you should have gradually climbed. Give yourself about 2 or 3 years. Then you push the big guns for the titles. And that's what he needed, but he didn't get it right. I think there was mismanagement on his own part or his team's part, and everybody around him. If it's you say you're fired, everybody will run. But they played around the bus. They got good amount of money, but I think he could have stood a chance to gain more, or he stands a chance to gain more if he builds himself gradually and now creates that whole feel around himself when it comes to and buzz around himself when it comes to the boxing world, and know that he has fully adjusted and I can go up against these guys, because these guys have years of experience in this field, so they know how to approach bouts or how to handle situations like this. But yes, you're a fighter, you're a champion in the MMA, but you do not know how to approach boxing bouts of this. Let's tell ourselves the truth. These bouts of this magnitude, it got into his head. It seriously got into Francis Ngannou. But Joshua is someone that has been here for years. He's had bouts like this, so he understands the mentality needed to go into this. He understands what he needs to stay calm and actually just do his thing, and that's what he did. And Francis Ngannou didn't do that.
And for me, Reliance, let me just say, I think is something that's amazing. I feel nobody expected him to knock down Fury. Like the commentator said, this is what we expected from Fury. And if Fury had done that, we'll know that we talk about him starting from the crèche to before we start talking about the primary schools and the rest. But the man did something good to himself. I feel he was just riding on the crest of him doing that big achievement with Fury. No one wants to go back to the floor when you are already beating the top man, or you have gotten the golden fish. You want to start going back to the ground and start catching snail. Nobody wants to do that. If I catch a golden fish, I want to go for the whales. I want to go for the sharks. Yeah. But, I think another reason will be his age. His age will be another one. I think the age is.
He's 37.
Is 37.
Yeah.
So you don't expect the man to start. I mean that you have a big bout.
Yes.
No, see, I think talk about big boxing bouts. We have cried for big boxing bouts in the WBC for how many years? We clamored for Jotun Wilder versus Joshua. We didn't see it. We talk about Joshua versus Fury. We haven't tried crying into today. It might actually happen if Usyk or if Fury wins. But if Usyk wins, they talk about delay again. So I think the man has to just take that chance.
Even on Deontay Wilder Fury,
we cried, we labored for it to happen. So the man knows.
Sorry.
The man. No, you know.
Sorry.
We labored for it to happen. So the man knows that I can't get this boxing bout if I don't give a good performance of myself at the first boxing bout against Fury. So this is like it happened quickly. The next turn was let me get another big fish. It's not you okay. I paint the scenario. He loses to Fury. He beats Dillian White. The next fight will be, let me go for Joseph Parker. Or okay, you win Fury. Okay, let's imagine that he wins Joshua. The next thing you're talking about is him being a title and challenger for the belt, and that's obviously going to be the next big thing in WBC or the heavyweight. So I think he was just riding on the crest of him doing something good for himself at the first exhibition bout.
Probably if he was knocked out by Tyson Fury in that exhibition, he would have
used his tongue. Let me go back to my MMA.
I think in this case, I would attribute Joshua's victory. Let's Ngannou fought what's it called, Tyson Fury. The truth is nobody knew what to expect from Ngannou against Fury, because we've not seen this man box before. So I think that was the case between Ngannou and Fury. Because, before you go into a bout, you have to study your opponent. What do you study about Ngannou? Before now, you can't study anything about him. The man was an MMA star coming into the boxing bout for the first time, though it's an exhibition game. But probably the man dealt with Fury because Fury did not know what to study about him.
Isn't that the more reason why Fury should have knocked him out?
No, it's because it's like you're playing a football game against it's like you're playing a bigger team playing against the roadside boys. If it were to be, let's say, Rivers United playing against Kano Pillars,
you know what to expect.
You know what to expect from Kano Pillars.
Yeah.
Now Rivers United is playing a team from the roadside.
They should beat them silly.
Let's say it's a friendly game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we expected Rivers United to beat them, but you don't know. This is the first time you're playing them. You don't know what to expect. Your scouts don't know what to expect. Now they came into the scene and surprised you. Rivers United won, let's say, 3-2, with a very good performance from the losing side, which is the roadside team. At that point, but now we've now seen what Joshua his team had to study in Ghana from the fights
against
Fury. It gave Joshua a head start. Probably, he cannot move his body. Okay, you go like this, you can get him from this angle and all that. So I think that's one of the ways, one of the the ways that got Joshua the victory, because the man has fought a fight against Fury. You study him from that angle, you know what to get. But before that Fury game, I think I'm not making excuses for Fury, but you don't know what to expect from the man. You've not seen him before.
All right, ordinarily we'll talk about this on a Sunday part of the show, but this happened last night, and so we just can't keep it at the sideline expecting to discuss. But further, the conversation will continue tomorrow. But just before we leave it and take your reactions and then switch to football, guys, at this point, it's safe to say that Anthony Joshua is a better...
Don't put that table.
I beg you.
Don't put that table. Don't break up.
Now the same mind we Ngannou get. Now they beat them like this. No hype and to boy. Leave Joshua.
Okay, I'm still gonna say what I want to say, regardless. So you have to say that Joshua is a better knockout artist compared to Tyson Fury.
Definitely. Yes,
I think so.
I thought you wanted to say, okay, maybe you changed it a bit, you tweaked it a bit. But if it's knockout, yes, he's a better knockout specialist than Fury.
Yeah.
Joshua's game is the knockout.
Okay. Let's go down that road that you guys are trying to avoid.
No,
you're definitely going. Now,
I'm diverting.
Here's the thing. There's a block there. Please mount the road block. Here's the thing. Fury faced Ngannou.
Yeah.
Not knowing what to expect. There are two case scenarios from the analogy given to us by Benjamin. If Rivers United plays a roadside team, even a roadside team in football is it? I think it's creditable enough, because it's still a football team. Let's say Rivers United plays. No. we are still football oriented. We have a football team in Today FM. Yes. Now, let's say Rivers United plays. Hold on. Don't worry.
Reverse Hoopers.
Don't worry. No, not even reverse Hoopers.
Those chooks girls that you used
The wind. You guys are confusing me. I'm looking for a better analogy. I'm looking for a sport where leg is allowed and hand is equally allowed.
That's handball now.
That's What's that?
Is it handball? No, I don't think it's handball.
No.
No.
Wonderful.
No. It means martial arts, but now it comes back.
Volleyball.
No, volleyball legs are not allowed.
No, you can use leg.
Yeah.
You can use leg.
Volleyball.
You can use
So
leg.
let's say Rivers United plays a volleyball team in football terms.
Yeah.
There are two case scenarios. Case scenario 1, Rivers United don't know what to expect.
Yes.
So the volleyball team could come up and surprise Rivers United. Case scenario 2, Rivers United will blow out the volleyball team, turn football team.
Yeah.
Because for crying out loud, this is not your sport. You're not using hands here.
Yeah.
You are handicapped. Which one takes precedence? Which one has the higher chances of happening?
The blowout. The blowout has the highest chances of happening.
Which one has the higher chance of happening?
The blowout, no.
The blowout. Alexandra?
Blowout.
The blowout. Gift?
The blowout.
Ovie?
The blowout.
So unanimously, it is expected that Rivers United should blow out that volleyball team turn football team because this is not your sport. So when Fury faced Ngannou crossed over from a sport where hand is allowed, leg is allowed. In fact, many of the times where you see knockout in MMA, is either the knee or the leg. So he comes into a sport where he's handicapped. He can't use his leg. We have body shots in boxing, you know. Okay, we are live. So we have body shots. You know, you can see me now. I don't have gloves, by the way. So we have body shots with the hands. Now,
Good job.
what is this choose against me?
You're not 2 seconds. 2 seconds, they don't knock you.
Before they knock you, they're bam.
Relax. You see boxers, they go tell you 24 wins. 16 by knockout. Last na 24 wins and 1 death. 1 kill. Just that you 1 kill.
Oh my god.
Alright, guys. So now here's the thing. So in MMA, we have body shots with the legs and the hands. So this guy is completely handicapped. But Tyson Fury didn't blow him out as expected. But Joshua comes and blew him out. Using that case study, it's safe to say that AJ is a more complete fighter compared to Tyson Fury. You guys can avoid this conversation.
I'm avoiding it.
No, you can't.
Hey, Reliance. Don't go and make AJ go to his early graves. The thing is, I wouldn't say he's a more complete fighter because I've not seen the both of them
against each other.
That's the truth. Until I see them in a boxing bout, whoever wins, I'll give it to you.
Let me ask you a question. Between Andy Ruiz Jr. and Anthony Joshua, who's a more complete fighter?
Jesus Christ.
Joshua.
AJ.
Why?
Relax, you won't set me up exactly. Now Chooks I won't set up for you, but they push the fight before.
These guys are avoiding the mics. Honestly, if you're watching us live, you'll be laughing to your ribs. Like, these guys are avoiding the mics. You guys can avoid this discussion. We're surely having it.
Let me just make it simple.
So, who's a better fighter? Or who's a more complete fighter?
Don't talk Tyson Fury. It's simple truth. I think.
No, hold on now. Okay, there's a reason why. Okay, before you wait, there's a reason why I asked Benjamin that question.
Yeah.
Andy Ruiz, AJ.
Yeah.
And he said AJ, but he couldn't give us a reason why it's AJ.
Reason best not to be. What is happening today?
Knockout in the studio.
Oh my god.
Let's end the show and go home. Okay, Chicks, I think you can weigh in and help the man that has been trying to set you up since, according to him.
It doesn't set me up, but I think there's plenty to be saved. But I feel, see, talk about boxing fights. I think talk about complete boxers. We use the scenario, the boxing bout with Jota Wilder versus Tyson Fury. I think if Joshua was in that boxing bout, I think Wilder have not knocked out Joshua. I think you talk about a complete boxer, you talk about the complete stamina, complete knockouts. You could talk about the dancing steps. Maybe you talk about the movements, the footwork, and how you throw your jabs to get your points. Sometimes you don't actually have knockouts. You win through points. You just decisions. So I feel. Look at Tyson Fury and how he boxes, on how he fights. You feel the man has the ability to know when to go for the kill, or know when to relax and be reserved, and know when to dance around. He's a man that can actually, like Benjamin said, see, we can't actually give a precise prediction of who is better boxers until they face themselves. You have to understand that these are boxers that actually.
That is the reason I asked. Excuse me. That's the reason I asked that question. Between Andy Reid Jr. and Anthony Joshua, who is the most complete boxer?
You gotta always say Andy Reid. Sorry, AJ, please.
Why?
It's because the man is. They don't know how to box better. See, that's the fat man that won him. So
the fat man that battered him. I mean, he battered Anthony Joshua in the first bout.
No, but I don't think he's battered because I think the man actually underrated the Andre Gio.
Okay, since he underrated him in the rematch, why didn't he show that he underrated him? Because there was nothing showing that Joshua underrated Andy Reid Jr.
It's the same thing. Joshua is like a reborn. That's why we feel.
No, we are not talking about this Joshua. No. We're not using this Joshua.
Yeah.
We're talking about that Joshua that faced Andy Reid Jr.
So now let me drive it to the point. I think talk about the Joshua that faced Junior and Usyk. Is this Joshua that faced Junior Andy Jr.? I think the first round will be blowout because you see Joshua,
and that's why I say keep this Joshua out.
That's what I'm saying. So you have
don't forget where we are coming from into this analogy, right? That until they both face themselves, you can't decide who's the most complete boxer between Joshua and Fury. That is what mandated the question. How about Joshua and Andy Reid Jr.? And you are saying, okay, it's AJ. And if you're keeping out the AJ that faced Alexander Usyk back to back, keep that one out. From that point forward up until this point, keep that one out. Why would you say that AJ is a better boxer compared to Andy Reid? Now, when you state the reason why he is, you can now come back to Tyson Fury and AJ. Okay. And don't forget the case study we use. We've been building this conversation logically from a crossover thing. Yeah. So don't forget that part as well. Tyson Fury was expected to do the damages just like Joshua did against Ngannou, but he didn't. For someone that crossed over to a place where he's handicapped.
At this point, Benjamin, continue your question, please.
I think AJ is a better fighter, a better boxer because, you've seen AJ fight Andy Reid Jr. You know what to expect from both fighters. The truth is, AJ lost the first fight doesn't mean AJ is a bad fighter or Andy Reid Jr. is a decent or is a more decent fighter than AJ. That's the truth. It's like Sheffield beating Manchester City. Doesn't mean Sheffield is better than Manchester City. It's just that Manchester City had a bad day that day. So I think we've seen both fighters in the same boxing bout.
Now, what if the reverse match is played and City defeated Sheffield but struggled or labored to defeat Sheffield?
It doesn't mean there's this thing that they say classic permanent. Form is temporal.
But you've seen them over 2 legs.
So yes. So
doesn't that make a case for Sheffield?
So I think it doesn't make a case for them.
Okay,
it's just them being the better team that day. Doesn't mean you're a better team overall. So I think I've seen them both fighters in the same ring. So I think AJ is better in terms of the way AJ go about his fight. Yeah, we could argue that was the old AJ, but still, if that old AJ still goes back to the ring again against Andy Reid Jr., he's gonna win. That's the truth.
Because he actually won.
Yeah. So I think I'm talking about going. Let's say the third time. That old AJ is going to win because probably AJ is a good puncher. That's the truth. And you look at Andy Reid Jr. He's just a man that had a better fight that day. doesn't make him a better fighter than AJ. So my reason why I said AJ was a better fighter, AJ is a good boxer compared to Andres Jr. That's my sole reason.
If you use the analogy of Man City struggling to beat Sheffield United, then I'll give Andres and Jr. a bye, because I feel you struggling to beat me at the second time of asking has already given me a head to understand that you know my weak points, I know your weak points, and you know my strength. So you should capitalize on my weak point to win me if you know you're a better boxer than me. I feel, we should not limit ourselves to just being okay, or talk about Joshua from the days of Klitschko's and the time he lost his bout to Andres Jr. I feel, yeah, Joshua is a good boxer, but his footwork was, I think that was bad. You talk about Joshua's footwork and you say this man just is like a statue when he's boxing. He just wants to stand up place and dodge the heavy hits from the other boxers. And okay, let's go for the kill, Joshua. No way. Benjamin has said it all. I think you until you feel Joshua, that Joshua should come again. I feel let's try to test this Joshua against this Francis Ngannou again. Let's see how he survives it, because Joshua won't want to come out all out to end the fight when he has seen a man dazed. He won't. He wants to actually make the man relax and come back again to continue the prolonged fight. We saw him against Robert Salinus. We kept shouting, why keep this man to the 7th round? Why, like, if this is the new Joshua that we saw against Ngannou, Robert should have been, before as the bell rang, said he should be on the canvas. So that's the simple truth. You can't actually test a man. I think, okay, why is it making it hard for us to actually give a good analysis on this is because the man is now being revolved. So we can't actually say, okay, let's hold him here and say, okay, this is what he is.
All right, let's know what you think using the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Using the case scenario, both of them have fought against Francis Ngannou. Expectedly supposed to be a blowout for Tyson Fury over Ngannou in the first ever professional bout for Ngannou after crossing over to a terrain where he's handicapped. But that didn't happen. And Joshua taught Ngannou, or I beg your pardon, Joshua taught Fury how it should have been done by knocking out Ngannou cold in the second round of their fight last night in the Saudi Kingdom. So, using that, would you say that probably Joshua has evolved so much so that he becomes a more complete boxer to Fury, because that's what was expected of Fury to do? The commentator acknowledged that this is what Fury should have done. Ngannou himself acknowledged that this is what Fury should have done when he fought him for the very first time. But that didn't happen. Let's know what you think using the SMS and WhatsApp portal for now before we open the phone lines to have your reactions. And did you see that fight ending in that fashion, the way it ended? A second round knockout. 2 knockdowns. The second was immediately followed by a knockout. And it was light out Cameroon. Henry, you've been avoiding this conversation. Go close to your mic.
Allow me to avoid it now.
Why? How would I allow you to avoid it?
I did not do justice to it.
They are not lawyers. They've not judged anything. They've not judged anything. Anyways,
my honor, your honor, I just
the pass.
I just pass. I'm not there. Let's go ahead.
All right, there are matches we're expecting. The English Premier League. Bournemouth will take on Sheffield United. Crystal Palace against Luton Town comes up later. Wolverhampton Wanderers to take on Fulham, Arsenal, Brentford. Those are the matches for today in the English Premier League. In the Spanish La Liga, Valencia leading Getafe. That match is done, by the way. Valencia has won Getafe by a lone goal. Cadiz against Atletico Madrid comes up later. Granada, beg your pardon, will take on Real Sociedad. Girona against Osasuna. In the Italian Serie A, it's half time in both fixtures. Cagliari leading Salernitana 2-0. Sassuolo goalless against Frosinone. Bologna Inter will come up by 6 p.m. 8:45 we see Genoa against Monza. In the German Bundesliga, there are 4 matches all in their 30th minute. Augsburg leading FC Heidenheim 1-0. Bayern Munich 2-0 winners over Mainz 05. Make that 2-0 leaders over Mainz 05. Borussia Mönchengladbach losing to FC Cologne by a single goal. The same scoreline, I beg your pardon, between RB Leipzig and Darmstadt, but this time in favor of the home side, while Werder Bremen will take on Borussia Dortmund later. In the French League, two matches will be decided today. Lorient will take on Lyon, while Lens will take up Brest. So let's know what you think. Time to hand over the microphone to you. 0817 000951 and 0810 9510 951. Is this the Joshua you've been waiting to see? Did Francis Ngannou take it a notch too higher by going against heavyweight in his first two fights? And make a case scenario for Joshua and Tyson Fury, as both of them are expected to go head to head at least, let's say, early next year. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Lawrence.
Ernest from Delhi, right?
Thank you very much.
Talk to us.
Okay, I did the rest of in the studio there.
Good afternoon.
Lawrence,
I'm here.
I don't know whether you can still remember what I told you. Was it on Thursday or Wednesday when we were anchoring this show? I told you that it was going to beat, that it was going to Pume, Mallet, and Washington. You are like arguing me. I said, okay, you come back today and talk about this thing, and it has happened. Let me tell you something, man. Nobody should fear for AJ again, because AJ is back, and he's back to take any opponent at all. And when you're talking about who is a better fighter between AJ and Tatifuri, let me tell you something. Both of them must not go to the ring before you can determine who's a better fighter. First of all, you should know what makes somebody a better, like, if you know what makes up what makes up the bout, like what makes up a boxer. You understand it? Is it the footwork? Is it the way he throws his punches and all that? Now, when you compare the two, you will know that this person is better than the other. Just like in a football team now, if you look at Manchester City and Manchester United, you know that Man City is a complete team compared to United. But that doesn't mean that if both of them come together to play against each other, that the team that is not complete cannot beat the team that is more complete. You understand that? So when it comes to boxing, me, I would say that AJ is more of a complete boxer. Now look at this. Otewale fought with Tatifuri. Till today, the argument is still going on that Otewale won that fight, but they gave it to Tatifuri. So it doesn't happen again between Fury and Ngannou. For these two people that gave Fury a run for his money, there was no match to Joshua. Are you getting the point? So if you look at the way, Joshua is a better fighter. It's just that Joshua was defeated by those people that he was defeated because of maybe he was also having a kind of emotional trauma. You understand that? And if you are talking about old Joshua, that old Joshua, how many people has he defeated before he was finally what's his name? Andrew Regino was able to beat him. Joshua has won so many bouts. You understand that?
Ernest?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
So the same old Joshua has won it, even the physical brothers, he won them, all that. So Joshua is a more complete fighter.
All right.
Whoever that fought with Fury, Joshua will only beat that person, but any person that beat Joshua, Fury will be running away from that person. Let him go and fight Usyk. If he's a better fighter than Joshua. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Surely. Usyk Fury has been scheduled for May 18. This one is a must. They must fight. No matter what happens. The organizer says they must fight, whether they like it or not. Hi, good evening.
Yes, good evening, Reliance, my man.
Good evening to you. I can hear
I am actually one of your very silent listeners.
Thank you very much. So, is this your first time calling?
I have always called, but not randomly.
Is this your first time getting through to us?
No, but not in very recent times.
Okay, all right. But I can hear myself. I can hear myself as the background. I can equally hear an echo of your voice. Could you kill? Yeah, just kill the volume.
Away.
Okay, go ahead. What's your name, please?
All I really want to say is
what's your name first off, please?
My name is John.
Okay, John, go ahead.
What's his name now? Ngannou.
Yeah, Francis.
Would have gone to meet McConnell to take tutorials. That is the only person that would have enlightened him on how to face these professional boxers. McConnell tried Mayweather how many times? And he lost out. Crossover fight. He tried the other man from Philippines. You can remind me his name. And he lost
Manny
out.
Pacquiao, yeah.
Thank you very much. God bless you. And somebody, one of our regular listeners too, was stamping his ground, sneezing and coughing over his comments last week, just a day before yesterday, that Ngannou would take Joshua to the cleaners. A good sportsman does not predict the results of a game, not until the game is over. Most of us don't predict because sports results and game results are very unpredictable. Somebody like Joshua, with his wealth of experience, will now come to be challenged by somebody who just crossed over yesterday into the heavyweight boxing, and you're expecting magic to take place. Now, lie, no go work. We saw him coming out during that second round. He was already wobbling. If I were his handlers, I would have thrown in the towel. So let those who predict from Yenagua, from wherever, should be circumspect before they come out to give out their hearts. Hey, this will happen, this will not happen. Football, boxing, anything sport. A good sportsman does not always predict in advance, except you are gambling.
Okay.
You want to gamble.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, for getting through to us today after a long while listening. We do appreciate you. Keep the reactions coming through. The microphone is yours. These guys in the studio have been avoiding the microphone. So take the microphone with your full chest and let's know what you think about the questions raised on the show. 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal as an alternative if you're having difficulties getting through to us via the phone lines or you prefer texting. The number is 0701 933 9962. Good evening.
Reliance.
Please kill the volume at the background. Thank you.
I know they do that.
Simon.
Reliance.
Simon. You know go stadium?
Stadium go do what?
Rivers United they play Canopy last now.
I thought it's tomorrow they will play. Now you know that it's today.
Now today you.
Even tomorrow.
For TV scheduling, because of TV scheduling, they have to play the match today. The match is live on TV anyways. If you have your paid TV start times, you can watch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will do that now.
All right.
The truth today concerning Joshua and the goal, you know, that so many people have already said. You know, he cannot jump maybe from nursery school. He jumped into a secondary school. He followed the process now, gradual. I know what gave him mind is because of his performance with Fury. That just what gave, and that is what gives so many people that we are predicting mind. But sometimes not always like that, because just as one of the callers also said, because Joshua have already, you know, watched him, see what he was made of, and they over-prepared for him. Wait, in fact, I love the way Joshua beat him. It's just like when you are a bigger team in football, you see a smaller team. Just as Nigeria beat Santome. That is how you're supposed to beat a small team. So that tomorrow, if they mention your name, that team will hype it. No, it's not this one. No, I'm not going on. But if you beat them maybe 2-1, 3-1, they will say, they even cancel our, we could have scored one penalty. They did not give us. We gave them the mouth or the ability to even speak. But when he beat them feel like this, they will not. So that is exactly what Joshua did. So if this man remember Joshua's name tomorrow, he will spare respect and he will hide his face. So that is how he's supposed to be. He is not in the same level with Joshua. That is just the thing.
Okay.
So even if they repeat this thing now 5 times, Joshua will still beat him. So they are not the same level.
Okay.
That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, for dropping by to air your thoughts. Good evening.
Hello, Lions.
Hi, which name were you calling us from, please?
Well, this is a regular listener. This is the youth president of Abua, senior community of Go Power Easy.
Youth president of Abua, I've been looking for a way to get across to you. Have you been told?
Yeah, no, nobody has told me. That is why I called today.
I've actually been. I've made an announcement. I think about twice. Maybe you weren't listening those period of time. So here's what you would do for us, okay? Send an SMS that includes your number to our WhatsApp portal or our SMS portal. It's the same number anyways for WhatsApp and SMS.
Yes.
Do you have the number or do I call it?
Yeah, WhatsApp number. I don't have the WhatsApp number, but I have the SMS number.
Not the same number, my brother. Not the same.
Okay.
So if you have it, send your number to us via that line. Then we'll get across to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Include the full name, please, as well. Thank you.
I will do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Youth President. Okay, so we continue the conversation this evening. Keep the reactions coming through. I don't know. That should I say coincidentally, I've not even had to air my thoughts on this fight. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow because we'll hopefully have a continuous discussion about it tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow so that I can talk because from the judges
scorecard will not.
Because Monday I was on the anchoring side, Tuesday we had to talk Nigerian football, Wednesday anchor, Thursday, Friday, I gave it to you on one talk. I know if you talk. Okay. I lost that call. Do want to call back as we continue to take your reactions regarding the matter on the bulletin. I can hear myself. That doesn't make for smooth conversation. Please kill the volume.
Reliable.
Kill the volume, please. Have you done it?
Yes, it's done.
Okay, better. Let's have your name and your reactions as well as where you're calling from.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
My name is Hero.
Okay.
I'm calling from Romola.
All right, Hero from Romola. Let's have a contribution.
Yes. I like the way you guys are analyzing the whole thing there. But, know this. A fighter is a fighter. Irrespective of where he is. It's the mind, the courage, the confidence with which he comes into the fight. What happened to AJ in the Andy Ruiz fight was not something that happened to Tyson Fury in the first Ngannou fight. Overconfidence. Expected that, look, this is not my scheduled fight, and then we lose this one, I can just go there. He underrated the guy, and the guy beat him blue-black, Tyson Fury underrated this young man, and they lasted all the distance. If AJ had underrated him and he got into round 3, or maybe after round 3, the guy will build his confidence and then get his kick back. But what happened in this particular fight is that AJ monitored him in the first fight, in the first round, and saw the opening, and then he relaxed and then took it easy. The 3 punches that floored him was that opening. This guy left his right hand down and wide open. The first punch to his left temple brought him down. The second punch to his left temple, round 2, brought him down. The third punch to his left temple killed the game. He always leaves the hand open. And look at it, it's the same thing that this guy did. Maybe they taught him how to punch and he's been practicing, never knew how to place his hands. That guy is a fighter. He may wake up and decide to challenge Tyson Fury again for a rematch, or even Anthony Joshua. You know why? One, he is old. It's not about a transition. He wants to make his money out of the game. All his days in MMA was half of what he got in the first fight. This fight, he got another 10 million, which he will not get until he retires completely from MMA. Nothing, no way near it. He's a smart guy. He's 37. Joshua is 34, a professional boxer. he will fast talk and challenge another person and make his money because he can't fight beyond 40 at most. Okay? So I like him, I like his zeal, and I like his spirit. It's all about making the money that he came in for. And then he will start still talk trash. Just like Pereira was beat this guy and Adesanya twice. But Adesanya believes that I can beat this guy and keep talking. The opportunity came. This guy thought it was the same thing, same old game. And Adesanya wiped him.
Okay.
So brother is the same thing. So this guy Ngannou will still come back to boxing. I bet you. So he will go back and learn his thought, and then they will teach him. They will tell him. It's not that he doesn't know how to talk about it. But as for the trash talk they make the game, they like what he says. They trash talk him, and then he challenged Tyson Fury in the this is before the game, before the fight. So the promoters like him. It's all about business. The promoters like the way he talks. They will bring him back. And they will still want to use him to make the money, the takings, the takings, and everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, everything is not just about this punch me, I punch you, this fight, that fight. Listen, it's the same politics that made Serena Williams not to win her 24th. That girl was on the verge of beating Naomi Osaka. Before the referee came in with all this stuff and made her lose composure and lose her concentration. If I say now, they say that we are going the way of racism or whatever. It is purely racism that made them not allow her win that thing. Okay? So she loves playing tennis. People are saying, retire, go home. No. This guy has flair for tennis. All he knows, she knows how to is to play tennis.
All right.
So I'm not just taking diverting, but in this fight, Ngannou is a good fighter. He's a hard puncher. He will still fight again. He will still come back there. I will love watching him. So it's all about the trash talk. Thank you so much. Joseph does not have it so much. And this last fight he fought with one. He said, are you good? Are you ready to fight? Are you scared? You're not scared? Okay, good, let's go do it. That was just the same thing he said. When he did too much, he said, let Eddie Hearn talk.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your reaction and also finding a way to bring Serena Williams into the picture. Nice one. Hi, good evening. I can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Bluetooth is ready to play. I could hear that one as well.
I have to do that for you now.
Okay, thank you for doing that for me.
Before I get the passport.
You understand? What's your name? What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
Henry from Port Harcourt.
All right, Henry, go ahead.
Yes. That was a good one for Anthony Joshua. Congratulations to him, especially for being our brother. It was a good fight. He did a good one. Now, the question who is a better fighter, I want to say it depends on where we are meeting or where they are meeting. Okay? If it was a street fight, you cannot compare a mainstream martial artist to a boxer. Where everything, it was a street fight where everything applies. You know? But coming into a area where you are restricted, you are not allowed to use things you are used to. It's like, Abudo like me, that is used to using bottle and knife. Then we come into a place where you say it has to be a no, you may not get the best from this. So I think that's what has happened. It doesn't undermine the strength and the ability of Francis. It doesn't undermine that at all. And I think the first fight he had with what's his name now?
Tyson Fury.
Is it? Hello?
Tyson Fury.
Yes, the first fight, that fight gave Anthony Joshua time to study him. If it was if they had come direct for Anthony Joshua, I don't think the results would have been the same. But all the same, Anthony Joshua is a good boxer. He has to have the upper hand because he's been there. He's been used to fighting with just his feet, with hands, So I think that's what I think. And I think
all right.
Good one, Joshua. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Anthony Joshua. That is. Thank you very much for dropping the reactions. We'll take some messages from the other portal now before we switch to football properly, and we will continue the boxing conversation tomorrow. In fact, this discussion doesn't end here because we have further reactions from Eddie Hen, from Ganu, and all. So we'll take our time to dissect matters as we continue. KMOS 4 says, good day, Maxo. Maxo, we don't go out since in the greeter. Is it a different Maxo KMOS 4? Good sports guys. Please, I want to fix with Ngannou for a fight. Reliance, if you watch the match, you will understand that Ngannou was not consistent. He changed from left balance to the right. That's what disrespectful. The second time he fell, he was flat-footed. Unfortunately, he hasn't gotten his balance, and then Joshua knocked him out. All right, thank you very much, KM Host 4. Youth President of Abua. Okay, we've seen your messages. Thank you very much. You didn't fail to add your titles. Nigerians, and I like titles, Senior comrade, now only you. And I'll let you. All right, thank you very much for the message. We've gotten your contacts and we will get across to you as required. Let's see if we have some messages from the WhatsApp portal. This one says, good afternoon. I find your analysis about this bout very weird. Joshua has had 3 fights in just 1 year. He's teamed up with Ben Davison, who's also altered his defensive approach with an attack to defense system. Joshua is a 2 times heavyweight champion who's fighting an MMA guy who's only having his 2nd fight. They could have that fight 10 times and Ngannou will never scale past round 3. AJ is just worlds apart from Francis in boxing. Fury messed up with Ngannou, but with AJ, you have a technically sound and in shape fighter. Ngannou had no chance, and pound for pound, he's still not in the class of AJ. There's no area he will beat AJ. Boxing is more technical than weight. Golden sending in that one. Thank you very much, Golden, for taking time to break things down in your reaction. Okay, came out host for sensing this one again via the WhatsApp portal. I've taken it via the SMS portal. Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Okay, so let's proceed. We will talk football now. Okay, so let me just give this caller a chance and then we'll talk football afterwards. Hello?
Hello.
Please kill the volume on the background, please. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Go ahead. Good afternoon to you.
Please, I just want to confirm how much is Anthony Joshua getting?
Your name, please. Your name, please.
My name is Joseph.
Okay, Joseph. Anthony Joshua pocketed a reportedly $50 million from that fight, and that is without including pay-per-view and other bonuses, other monies, and all that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So let's proceed now. Let's talk about football. We just watched Manchester United defeat Everton by 2-0. It was Bruno Fernandes who got a spot on from 12 yards, and Marcus Rashford added the second that eventually became the final scoreline between both sides, and United have sealed 3 points against the team from Merseyside. Talking about Everton, the blue side of Merseyside this time around. We do have the blue side and the red side of Merseyside. The red side is Liverpool. The blue side is Everton, just as we have the red side of Manchester United, and the red side and the blue side of Manchester City. So it was more or less a changed lineup in terms of approach for Eric Ten Hag. Young Chuks, Bruno Fernandes debuting as a false 9, and in some of the cases you see defenders going very advanced, the likes of Diego Dalot, the likes of Scott McTominay, advancing forward, Marcus Rashford from the left-hand side. He had to change things in the absence of Rasmus Højlund, and it paid out for him.
I think you're not talking about. I don't think it's the tactics of they have been effective or whatever. I feel the players have to just step up and up the games. You look at how Garnacho played. I think he was unplayable today. You can't actually take it down to the manager tactics. I think Garnacho has to deserve some credit there. You talk about the manager being the imputer, or is that person that actually tweaks or takes players who plays or who does not play. 50-50. You look at Ten Hag and say, sometimes he makes mistakes and sometimes he can actually do some tactical good performance from him, because I think the man can actually be what a good coach, but he's not able to take risks. That's his problem. I feel if the man is given a chance, or if he's actually given or has the ability to take risks and be able to manage players well, then the man can actually go far with the United team. But it's already too late for me. I feel the mentality of the players might actually be bad, or not been able to cope with the man's strength or tactical plans again. But to the match generally, I think Everton was just flat-footed. I think who conceded 2 penalties to the same player, that's Garnacho, because I feel Garnacho, with his speed and trickery, you say the boy has that speed and that power of creating chances through that. Even though you are talking about where the chances cannot even be seen. So I feel you have to give credit to Garnacho. That's the main focus for it. And you say he made the changes, yes, but these changes can actually not even give him results. You have seen it in the past 4 or 5 games. If the game against Man City, which he changed a lot of players and did the changes, but it didn't show out. You talk about the game against Fulham, he did the same changes and it didn't work out. So I feel this is now down to the player that stood up and said, okay, let's take the game by the scruff of the neck and get something for United team.
All right, thoughts of Chukwuzite right there, talking about the just concluded match in the English Premier League between Manchester United and Everton. 2-0 winners over the Merseyside Blue. Wolverhampton Wanderers against Fulham on our screens at the moment, and it is at the 29th minute of asking, and it's goalless between both sides. No goal to report in that fixture. Other matches scheduled for later. In the Nigeria Premier Football League, we have Rivers United currently ongoing against Kano Pillars. That's a big match anyways. Rivers United against Kano Pillars. We are into the 13th minute of the encounter, and there is no goal to report from the Adoke and Messi Marca Stadium. No goal to report between Rivers United and Kano Pillars. All right, let's look at the lineup for Rivers United. Suchima returns in goal. Kazi Enyinaya, Ampia Emmanuel, Augustine Okejiva. These are the guys leading the defense line. Endurance, Ebedebiri, Ekerete Udom, Gibson Mark, Madu Chiamaka, Nima Wagwa, Samuel Antwi, and Andy Okbe. These are the starters for Rivers United. Konde Abiodun returns to the bench. Muyiwa Fahintala, Anthony Ohebu, Williams Sunday, Arigbo, Victor, Bernard Kouassi, Matthias, Samuel Eze Obodo, and Aziz Gosio. Chief coach Evans Ogenyi, still the man in charge of Rivers United. So I made a promise midweek that we will trash things about the UEFA Champions League. So let's have that conversation now. The first phase of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 matches concluded, and we have our 4 quarterfinalists. It's going to be Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Manchester City, and Paris Saint-Germain. The forthcoming week, we see the other phase concluded. Who will progress? Arsenal against Porto, Barcelona against Napoli. These are the fixtures to expect, with the other 2 fixtures to decide the next 4 quarterfinalists for the UEFA Champions League. And in the meantime, it has been Arsenal giving the nod to be the only team to challenge awesome favorite Manchester City in the race to win this season's UEFA Champions League. These are not my opinion, not my words. It's Paul Mersen's word, who has backed Arsenal as the only team to rival Manchester City in the Champions League this season. Pep Guardiola's side won the competition last term, beating Inter Milan in the final just weeks after snatching the Premier League title from the Gunners' grasp. And eventually, the citizens will do a treble at the end of the season, and they are still on course to possibly repeat what they've done before. But Paul Martin thinks the only team to rival Manchester City will be Arsenal. He said, I think they are, that's City, the team to beat. I think they are head and shoulders above everybody, in my opinion. I think the only thing that can beat them really for me is the final, when it's a one-off game. But when you're playing over 180 minutes, I don't know anybody who's going to be able to mix it with them. I really don't know. He continues. And I think they will take the beating. They'll take all the beating. I think when you look at Real Madrid, when they won it 3 times on a trot, I don't think it was as that much dominant as what you think Man City are now. Do you know what I mean? He said. So Arsenal, the only team to rival Manchester City in the quest to win the UEFA Champions League this season. Benjamin, let's have this talk. Do you agree from that with that opinion that, look, the only team to rival Manchester City could be Arsenal? Arsenal are not even yet in the quarterfinal, as they still have to overcome a 1-0 deficit against FC Porto.
Well, like you said, they should first of all overturn the 1-0 deficit, because you look at how Arsenal played in the first leg. Arsenal didn't have any shot on target in that game. They played very poorly. They couldn't get their attack line very sharp, firing. Even if they've got exciting, players in that front line, likes of Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Martinelli, and Gabriel Jesus, or the German guy. What's his name? The one that came from Chelsea. I've forgotten his name. Yeah, Kai Havertz. It's just that first things first. This is a football game. You have to, run the race in front of you before you go and talk about. You have to run the 100 meters before you start talking about the relay. So it's something that they really need to. Paul Mason needs to sit down and then possibly think, because if Arsenal played the way they played in the first leg against Porto in Portugal, then I think Arsenal have to kiss goodbye. They have to kiss the Champions League goodbye. But you've got other teams that have qualified in the Champions League. When you talk about Champions League, no matter how Real Madrid, how bad they are in the league, you don't write them off in the Champions League. We've seen what they can do. A bad Real Madrid team in the league can beat anybody in a very good day in the Champions League. They are like the kings of the Champions League. So Paul Mason needs to think about statements, because there's a certain Real Madrid in that teams are part of those that qualified. Yeah, in as much as people are saying PSG can't win the Champions League, I think any team that qualifies for the quarterfinals of the Champions League, you need to be aware of them. That's how it is, because they didn't just come out from their house and then get to the quarterfinals. They played teams, and then you look at the team. Man City had an easy game compared to that of Paris Saint-Germain. They played Real Sociedad, and then I think for the knockout stage, Man City have just got the easiest fixture so far. So it doesn't mean that that they are not good. They are a good team, but look at PSG. They played Real Sociedad. Look at Real Madrid. They actually played RB Leipzig, and then look at what's her name. I've forgotten the other team that qualified. Bayern Munich. Yeah, in as much as Bayern Munich are not on form, they actually played a Lazio team. You know how difficult it is to play on the Italian side. In terms of transition, yeah, they are good. In terms of defending, Italian sides are good, but how many Italian teams will you say are good, apart from Inter Milan, Napoli, and then? But the truth is, before you get to this point of this stage of the competition, you need to be very tough, and the teams that are qualified are in that bracket. So at this point, yeah, in as much as the bookmakers have said Man City are the favourites to win the Champions League, I still want to put Real Madrid in that bracket, that if Man City can be the favourite to win, Real Madrid are also the favourite to win. And as long as you qualify for the knockouts, the quarterfinals of this game, everybody's a favourite. So Paul Mason should first of all let Arsenal qualify for the quarterfinals before you can talk about winning the Champions League.
Henry, let's look at the other side of the draw. This side of the draw has been concluded. Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Man City, Paris Saint-Germain have all qualified to the quarterfinal. Let's look at the other side of the draw matches. We expect Arsenal Porto. That match comes up next week Tuesday. Same day we see Napoli against Barcelona. Dortmund will take on PSV Eindhoven, and then Atletico Madrid will take on Inter. So these are the 3 matches, the 4 matches coming up next. Let's look at, the competitors from that side of the draw, Henry. How tough can they be in the quest to win the UEFA Champions League this season compared to the teams that have already qualified to the final, to the quarterfinals?
The simple truth is that Paul Merson is talking from the sense that he's just seeing Arsenal in the sense that he's in the English Premier League. Look, the truth is that I don't even want to say Atletico Madrid, but Inter Milan will be a huge force to reckon with if they do make it through or make it past Inter Milan. We've seen how we saw what they did last season. They reached the Champions League finals, and you just have to say City were lucky to actually win that one. Yes, they say nobody's lucky to win a football game, but I mean, City survived that game. Inter hassled them, made it very difficult for them to play, and had very good chances that they could have easily have equalized that game or killed the game before City actually got to score with Rodri, because City really didn't create anything clear-cut in that game. And we've seen Inter Milan improve this season. They are better than that Inter Milan side of last season. They are topping the Serie A with about 12 points. And although you say league form is not the same to a Champions League form, I mean, they were dominant in the group stages of the Champions League. They finished top of their group, and now they find themselves in a situation whereby they have to beat Atletico Madrid. Got the first leg 1-0 over there at the San Siro de Giuseppe Meazza in Italy, and now they're going over to Spain to try and see if they can kill off the game. A goalless draw is enough for them. Look, Inter Milan is a threat. I don't think Inter Milan is more of a threat than Arsenal. The Arsenal players don't necessarily have the experience it is to play at this level or play in the Champions League, or when push comes from. It could shock you Porto to even go to. Although I'm not expecting it, I'm expecting Arsenal to somehow overturn or to still overturn the result from Portugal and go through. But you could still see Porto go to the Emirates and actually pull off a surprise, because I mean, those players are used to nights or situations like this in the Champions League. But Arsenal players are not. With all due respect to Martin Odegaard, Bukayo Saka, Declan Rice, call their names. Very few Arsenal players actually know what it entails or what Champions League nights entail. Few being Gabriel Jesus and probably Alexander Zinchenko. The rest don't really understand. Kai Havertz. The rest don't really understand what it means or what it entails in a Champions League night. So I think that's where Arsenal will really fall short. I don't even see Arsenal as their biggest, necessarily as their biggest contenders. I think it's even Inter Milan. If Inter Milan can go through, I think Inter Milan will be the biggest problem for Man City. Even they themselves will not want to play Inter Milan again or find themselves playing Inter Milan again in the Champions League. It's as simple as that, because over 2 legs, especially over 2 legs, not in a one-off game, it's going to be very difficult for you playing Inter Milan. For Arsenal, where Paul Merson is coming from, I think is part of an English bias, so I don't really want to say English bias, and also maybe the let me say it's English bias and the familiarity that exists between Arsenal and Manchester City when they do get to play each other. I think that's where Paul Merson is definitely coming from. So, but I think it's beyond England. Football is not only played in England. You're seeing a fantastic Inter Milan side this season. You can't rule them out from anything. So I think it's not just, like I said, it's not just Arsenal. I think Inter, I haven't rate or rank Inter higher than Arsenal, and I think Inter Milan is the team in the other side of the draw that you look at and you're like, okay, they can actually do something. These guys can actually give City a run for their money. You look at every other side. I don't know what to expect from PSG. They've not really been the best in the league, but somehow in the Champions League they've looked decent and looked okay. Second leg against Real Sociedad being the best game they've played so far this season. You look at Atleti. I don't know, let Atleti beat Inter, but I don't know if Atleti will actually have the quality or will be able to beat Inter Milan in the second leg in Spain. Although they are also a side, that can make things difficult for you. But barring them, every other side, Napoli, oh God, let's not talk about Napoli this season. Barcelona, I think I'm even putting Napoli ahead of Barcelona because of Frenkie de Jong and Pedri are out for Barca. You look at Bayern. Bayern are not in the best place, but it's still the Champions League. You don't want to rule a team like Bayern out, but still, like I said, they're not in the best place. You put City and Bayern side by side. No, Madrid is still Madrid. They say it's Champions League, but truth be told, it's not the quality you're seeing from City compared to this side is more. But like we said, it's the Champions League. Anything can happen. These sides are also big sides in their own rights and in their own respect. So you want to give them some credit. But I think from the other draw and from even the sides have qualified from the first side of things, from the first part of things, I think Inter Milan is probably the biggest threat to Man City at the moment.
All right, so Bayern, Real, Man City, Paris Saint-Germain qualified already to the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League. Does anybody want to argue that, or argue against the belief that Man City are the awesome favorites? Anybody has a different opinion to win the UEFA Champions League again?
I think I don't want to say Man City are the favorite, because in as much as the bookmakers want to put it that way, that Man City are the favorite to win, the truth is nobody goes into a tournament to lose, especially in the Champions League. Everybody wants to make history. Everybody wants to win the Champions League. That's how it is. We've seen Porto win it 2005. Nobody believed that Porto were going to win it. Sorry, 2004. They were actually playing awesome football in the league. But in as much as we want to argue that the league form cannot be, it's not the same as that of the Champions League. Porto won it in 2004. Who knows Porto then? So I think you look at most people that have won the Champions League, unexpected people. Valencia got to the finals of the Champions League. I've forgotten the year, but it's that way. But I think Real Madrid is also in the mix. Every Champions League Madrid go to, they are classified as the favorite to win the Champions League because they know how to win it. They've won it severally. I think that, yes, they are the highest winners of the Champions League. So every Champions League that they go to, they're actually the favorite to win. So yeah, in as much as Man City won it last time, people are saying Man City can grind that result. Same as Real Madrid. We've seen positions where Real Madrid doesn't even play good football in the league. They try to grind that result. But when they get to the Champions League, you see them playing good football, fantastic football, and getting results. So I would want to argue that, the bookmakers say Man City, but favorite to win the Champions League, Real Madrid. If Inter Milan can scale through the second leg, the vast fixture, Inter Milan are favorites to win, and alongside Real Madrid, Man City, and Inter Milan for me.
All right, let's look at the other side of the draw of the UEFA Champions League. Arsenal, Porto go into that match with a 1-0 lead. Barcelona, Napoli is even. 1-1 between both sides is ended in the Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. Dortmund against PSV Eindhoven 1-0. The match is equally even as they head to Germany for the reverse fixture. Atletico Madrid Inter goes into that match leading a 1-0 advantage. So it's not given just yet to decide the four finalists. But if you had to make a pick, young Chooks, if you had to make a pick out of these four fixtures, the four teams that are most likely to progress to the quarterfinal,
I feel Inter Milan might actually just go through. I think, considering the fact that you always say the league form is not the same with the Champions League, but who does not carry the league form or who does not carry a form to the competition, nothing don't want. I think it's actually the league form that can actually drive you to the cup competitions or even give you a place in someone's mind. Or we talk about the pundits, analysts, we talk about those that can actually win the league, the Champions League. You look at the other persons in the side of the draw. I think Arsenal might also be called. I feel Arsenal will actually try to play or try to shrug off the Porto game. I think just a 1-0 lead. And you look at them going to the Emirates to play it, I think you say they might actually have a chance. And the way Arsenal has been scoring goals for fun this period, you say they now understand this and they can actually create chances to put the ball into the back of the net. Barca Napoli, that's where the case comes from. That's a very dicey one. I think with the injury that has happened to the midfielders of that's Pedri and Frankie de Jong, actually makes the door wide open now. I think you look at how Napoli has been playing, they have been very shambolic, and you say, okay, even though Barca has not been as good as we used to know them to be, now they now missing Frankie de Jong, and Pedri now makes the door wide open for Napoli to actually try to penetrate and get in those goals. Yeah, we see Osimhen since coming back from the AFCON has actually been a big name or being that good glowing star after returning from the AFCON. But you say the chances are not being coming for him and his team. So you say for the past 3 results now, apart from the game against Sassuolo where they hammered the Sassuolo 6-1, you say they've been struggling to get goals and get wins in the game. Against Torino, they drew 1-1. Against Juventus, they played 2-1. Maybe, yeah, you say that was a big match. So you say, okay, let's limit that to just a big game. And you say, okay, yeah, they actually tried. Kudos to them. But apart from those 2 games, you say kudos to them. You say this Napoli team has been wavering in terms of results. Then to the other team, Atletico Madrid, this ATM team has found their mojo. Yeah, you say they are not been that ATM. We know them for the past 2 years, 2015. I think they're quarterfinalists for Champions League. There's a time they went to the finals where they won't play. They played Leicester to enter the round of 16. I think that was 2016, 2017 season. Yeah. I think the 2017 season where they played the final.
Back 2013, 14, and 2015, 16.
So you feel ATM has been that team that can actually get it by if you're underrated. PSV and Dortmund, I think that's just an average fixture, and you can't actually say any team that qualifies there will actually get the favoritism to get a Champions League trophy or even go at the further stages. So I think you just got to be limited. I think the other draw or the other pot which has these names are not going to be quality enough to give the other sides of the draw a run for their money. Look at the names mentioned that are qualified: Man City, PSG, Bayern Munich,
Real Madrid.
I've said Real Madrid. Sorry, yeah. So these are names. These are heavyweight champions. I think
these are this what the winner is coming out like.
I think surely. I think if it does not come from me, it's got to be surprising because I feel these are the names that normally it should be in our head. Talk about the Champions League to win. That's simple.
Ovie, does Arsenal? I mean, Mikel Arteta's Arsenal. Do they go into any competition as favourite to win that competition?
Everybody goes into the competition to win the competition, but then you talk about favourites.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the Champions League?
Any competition Arsenal plays, do they go in since Mikel Arteta took over?
Yes.
Do they go into any competition as favourites?
If you're talking about how they've been playing over the past when Arteta has taken it, he has already built this team to be continuous challengers for the Premier League. Yeah, you can put them as favourites when you're talking about Champions League. We saw what they did last season. Most competitions in the Premier League, you can put them as favourites with the way they've been playing. But when you talk about the Champions League, European competitions, you won't put them as favourite because this is a whole different ball game. You're bringing out players that have participated, always qualifying for the Champions League, playing the Champions League, and the experience they've built in. So I won't call Arsenal favourites in the Champions League. But when you talk about English competitions, yes, I'm a calling favourite.
Okay. Anybody has a different opinion?
No, I'm not saying cannot. We talk about the world of football and the world of sports. Cannot is not a statement or a fact. But I feel, just like you saying, Sheffield United going to competitions and they tell them to become favourite. I think that's fallacy. Arsenal going to favourite. I think you have to talk about Liverpool, Man City. These are the 2 main keys. You talk about
Arsenal don't go into any competition as favourite.
I don't think so.
Mikel Arteta's Arsenal.
This is like Pep Guardiola Arsenal. They're not going to any competition as favourite. So that's the simple. So yeah, looking at Arteta teams is looking so good. They are good at the moment. They are actually trying to do something.
I mean, how the team score over 30 goals in
they did it
how many matches?
Last season. Last season they did more than this.
So why don't you?
Last season they did more than this, and nobody termed it favourite. Even at match day 37, at even match day 36, even when they leading 7 points, nobody actually gave them the right to win the Premier League. So it's after giving them a world of chance, a world like. Who else? What do you want us to give you again before you talk about winning a title or certifying yourself as that big name team? Okay. So I feel, it's going to take a lot of work. A lot of work. To get a good team, it's not just about the league. Man City built this team. Pep built this team for over 3 years before they won the treble. You have a team that can conquer in the league, play in the Champions League well, and play in the UEFA Cup. That means all the team, the squad must be equal to par or above 90 or above 80%. Are you telling me that Nketiah is above 80% in the Arsenal team? Are you telling me that Smith Rowe is above 80% in the Arsenal team? Or are you telling me that even the Saka self, are you telling me above 80% in the Arsenal team? You look at these players and look at them.
Saka is not above 80%?
They are not above 80%, please. You talk about 80%, talk about almost close to world class. And Saka is world class, no have one length self. Okay. You talk about Jesus, this kind of player that cannot even give you good quality games for a long period of time. So this Arsenal team can't actually minimize their talent or harness the talent to share it across the whole competitions. Okay. Look at Champions League, look at the league and the FA Cup. I feel you have to play it at the same time. Not that you play the league first of all, like what you're doing in Nigeria. You play the league first. For talk about ITO Cup, not talk about Super Cup. No, you do it at once. So if you're doing it at once, you have to make sure that the squad is good enough to carry the competitions at once.
Okay, does Arsenal go into any competition as favourites? By the way, between Barcelona and Napoli, they've played 3 times in their last 5 matches. They've had 3 draws, a bigger pardon, in their last 5 matches, with Barcelona coming up tops with 2 wins and no win for Napoli as we head into next week UEFA Champions League clash at the at the Camp Nou, a bigger pardon. Not the Santiago Bernabeu. That's like mixing water with oil. You know what happens. Okay, so let's know. By the way, it's not good news for Ogenyi and Evans as his Rivers United side is currently down by a single goal. Yes, Kano Pillars is leading at Adoke Amesimaka Stadium. That sounds strange. It's at Adoke Amesimaka Stadium, but we are just into the 42nd minute of the encounter, so anything could still happen. There's still a lot of time left to be played in the second half. Who says Rivers United cannot come back and win it at Uyo? Before this match, United came from a goal down to beat Dreams FC of Ghana 2-1, and who says that cannot happen? I know equally says that Kano Pillars under Abdul Maikaba cannot hold on to it and reverse what Abia Warriors did to them and do it on Rivers United, as the Pride of Rivers are currently down against Kano Pillars. UEFA Champions League conversation on today's Sports Live. Keep your reactions coming in via the SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Paul Martin believes Arsenal is the only team that can rival Manchester City this season for the UEFA Champions League. He has overlooked Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain, Inter Milan, who has the advantage going to the quarterfinal clash, second leg against Atletico Madrid. He has equally overlooked Barcelona or Napoli, who are even after the first leg was played. He tipped Arsenal to be the team to rival Manchester City this season for the UEFA Champions League. And I'm asking, do Arsenal go into any competition as favourite? Do they go into any competition as favourite to win that particular competition? So guys, finally, let's look at the possibilities of who comes out from the other side of the draw. So Arsenal Porto, we're going to do this. Everybody will have to participate. Chooks, Arsenal Porto. Arsenal. Henry.
As much as I love upsets, Arsenal.
Arsenal. Benjamin.
Okay. Let her be.
No.
Thinking.
What are you thinking about?
I wish Porto can do it.
So Arsenal does. The Alexandra. No. Arsenal or Porto?
Porto.
Oh God. Alexandra. Arsenal or Porto?
Arsenal.
Arsenal. Gift.
Arsenal.
Porto. So 3-2. Barcelona, Napoli. It's even. Ovie.
Napoli.
Gift.
Barcelona.
Napoli.
Whoa. So Napoli gets it. So it's Arsenal and Napoli now to progress according to the guys in the studio. Dortmund, PSV. Henry.
Dortmund.
Benjamin.
Dortmund.
Chooks.
PSV.
Alexandra.
Dortmund.
Gift.
Dortmund.
VA.
PSV.
eyes have it.
Was that a tie? No, it can never be a tie.
No, the eyes have it. The eyes have it.
4-2.
4-2.
4-2.
4-2. Let's draw on this.
That's Dortmund, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then Atletico Inter gift.
Inter.
Alexandra.
Atletico.
Inter.
Henry.
Inter.
Chooks.
I'm go with Inter.
OVA.
Inter.
So Inter has it. So Arsenal, I call that as a Portuguese. Arsenal. So Arsenal, Napoli, Dortmund, and Inter Milan to progress to meet Bayern, Real, Man City, and Paris Saint-Germain in the next round of the UEFA Champions League. That is not the result. That's a prediction. Just in case you are coming back from the moon, you could be thinking that these teams have played their match and they have progressed. All right, let's have you talk to us. 0817-00-00951 and 0810-9510-951. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
From Igri.
I could hear Igri. I know that's Igrita, but I didn't get the name.
Darlington, calling from Igrita.
Okay, Darlington, go ahead.
I just want to Arsenal.
Okay, Darlington, the network is not quite friendly from the look of things. Can you call us back?
I can hear you well.
Okay, I struggle to hear you. Okay, let's see if it works this time.
Okay.
It's not working. Obviously not working. Do to call back, please. Do to call back. It's surely not working. Let's see. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
What's your name?
My name is Don.
Don?
Yeah.
Okay, location?
Calling from Obogoro.
Go ahead.
Yes. I know you guys normally you don't give Barcelona a chance. But I want to tell you something. No matter how sick that Lion is sick, Cow will always be afraid of him. So I want to tell you something. Believe me, Barcelona will qualify and still go further. Mark my word. And Napoli will not score a goal in Spain. Believe me. Take it to bank.
Do you know this boy? There's one boy that used to sell pure water in Olusegun. Do you know him?
I don't know him.
You don't know him? Oh, find out about him.
No problem.
There's a V in his name.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That was the light handles anyway. Yeah, he believes that Napoli is not getting a single goal in Camp Nou. It was a clash of two strikers the last time. Borussia Dortmund. Anyway, he used to play for Borussia Dortmund in the past. Talking about Robert Lewandowski. He scored, and who scored first? I think, yeah, Lewandowski scored first, and Victor Osimhen responded. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
What's your name?
Moses, I'm calling from Bodagod.
Moses, you know the drill, don't you?
No, I did. No shaking.
Okay, but you know the drill, do you? Okay,
No,
obviously you know. You know. Go ahead. I've forgotten what I wanted. Go ahead.
Okay. I know they mark anything. Barcelona know they shock anybody. They
know they mark anything. You don't get back, huh?
They don't go anywhere. Like this, like Nana Maudi Trek Wire. They don't go anywhere. They are not good. No players. Yeah, I mean, waiting for this guy under 70. I be waiting at Yama. I be waiting at the column. Now he wants to be Napoli.
Lamine Yamal.
Napoli go knock them. Come. I know say Napoli no good though. They suffer from their own, but they'll beat Barcelona. Barcelona no they go anywhere.
Okay.
And advancing, they pray me the jam Inter Milan for the next round. They will suffer. Inter Milan go show them.
Free scoring. It's a free scoring Arsenal team.
For Premier League now, for Premier League. Even the Premier League, who they play? No be Newcastle.
Liverpool follow inside.
How many they beat Liverpool?
3-1.
That one a result.
You don't start.
Liverpool no good that
You
time.
don't
Liverpool
start.
no good that time.
You don't start. Liverpool no give good that time. But Man City beats Manchester United 3-1. Share that one a result. Oh. Let them beg you. All right, keep the reactions coming through 0817 0000951 and 08109510 Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Simon from Rumo Dumaya. We no go go stadium go watch match. Say be no.
Okay. So Rivers not the collector.
They didn't call it. I just want goal. Calm down, I beg.
No, I said they don't. It's not finished work. They don't the collector.
Okay.
They should do something, sir. They should do something. You know.
Like equalize. Yeah, like equalize.
The first match where we supposed to go there tomorrow. I don't know why they are playing that match today.
I told you now. TV scheduling is likely the.
No. I heard what you said now.
Yeah.
That one is 5 years.
Okay.
For Arsenal and AC Photo.
Yeah.
Anybody that cares to know should listen to me. Don't judge Arsenal with that first leg result. Take the history of Arsenal versus Porto in Porto's home. Arsenal always find it difficult to beat Porto. But when we come to Arsenal home, Arsenal will trash AC. You see, everybody that is talking today will say, ask themselves, is it the same FC Porto that played this first leg match? That is the question that people will ask. By the time they collect, because they will collect and collect and collect from the hand of Arsenal. I'm not saying that it's walkover game because it's match to play. Anything can happen in the match. But I'm just telling you from what history have already recorded. Arsenal are informed. So I don't have any fear about Arsenal beating Porto. So Arsenal will beat Porto. But Arsenal players and the crew to concentrate and the focus on the match. Then me, that is Arsenal fan, I'm already looking beyond that match, looking at the quarterfinal. But I want the
where you likely face Manchester City.
Is it Man City Arsenal will face?
Let me talk that one, no. Don't take me serious, I beg.
Even if it is Man City, this is home and away game. It's not the very.
After all, Arsenal started the season with a win over City.
So it's home and away. It just see this kind of game most time is for you to get your titles right, your formation and titles of that day, that match day right, and score your chance when you have it. Man City that you are making noise about Man City. Man City, as far as I'm concerned, Man City they are not even superb this season. They are not superb. It's just that sometimes that name Man City will just carry them over. That is just it. Even against Manchester United, people said, yes, they use Manchester United to do training. But Manchester United could have gotten a result that day, if not that the players and the coach messed up the match. Or should I say the coach messed up the match? They could have gotten a result, even at least draw in that game. So Arsenal are already in quarterfinal. For me as a fan. But Mikel Arteta and the boys will prepare for the match. And that's why we are playing our game today. So that after dealing with the Brentford, then we'll come out fresh against Porto, so that they will collect their own.
Okay.
As Napoli and the Barcelona, because of my boy now, I cannot predict that Barcelona will win. Even if I see that Barcelona are favorite in that match, I will still charge my boy to score, to destroy Barcelona, to terrorize and destroy Barcelona that day. At least for Napoli to win, if not because of anything, because of my boy.
So, Simon, before you go, let's say that we have a Napoli-Arsenal final in the UEFA Champions League this season.
No.
Which team are you supporting?
If it is Napoli-Arsenal, the only thing I will do, I will say let Osimhen score. But let
Arsenal win.
But let Osimhen score.
Imagine. All right, thank you very much, Simon, for your contribution. That's a very strong supporter of Victor Osimhen, as well as his club Arsenal. I mean, wouldn't you want Victor Osimhen to have a Champions League medal? He has no one just yet. Okay. Good evening.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening.
Okay, let's see if the network allows us this time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He had his little friend in the under 15. Even this
It's not working. It's not working, my brother. Okay, can you call line 2? Try line 2. Can you hear us? Try line 2, please. It's definitely not working. Try line 2. Line 2 is 0817 0000951. So I'm gonna have my eyes on line 2 now. 0817 0000951. Let's see if that one works out for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Is that Lifeline?
Yep, this is Reliable Reliance. Walter from Abar Road in Port Harcourt.
Yes.
Okay, Walter. Go ahead.
For me, I'm a Manchester United. But in this race, I keep. Hello?
I can hear you.
I keep Arsenal to go far in this year Champions League. By next week, Arsenal will not beat FC Porto, but rather Arsenal will trash FC Porto. 3-4 goals to nothing. Arsenal, I know that, and it will happen.
Should I, Walter, should I put my money on it?
Yes, I'm not Arsenal fan, but I know.
But you know, I'm not just putting my money. I'm putting my lifetime investment on it. Do you advise I should go ahead?
Arsenal should not tell me that they will score all these goals. They will not compete and Champions League. I didn't think that all these things they are playing, it is Man U playing that will be happy. See Man U lost against Fulham, lost against Man City. 6 points off. Erin Gerrard is there.
Okay.
Rashford is there. They're supposed to start Erin Gerrard and Rashford together. They should start Erin Gerrard and Rashford together. I'm telling you, Erin Gerrard and Rashford should be start that same day and that same time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. He didn't answer whether I should put my lifetime investment on Arsenal to beat FC Porto Silly and progress to the next round. But that wasn't the lighter note anyways. No one is advising you to gamble. If you have to do it, the Rex is on you. Hi, good evening.
Hey, Manuel.
From?
I want to know the Falconet result.
Falconet against, I think it was Cameroon they played. Morocco. Okay. I'll get the result for you. In a bit.
All African games.
Yeah, I'll get it for you in a bit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Get the result for you as the show progresses. Hi, good evening. Who's there?
Reliant, this is Lofting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Line 1 works for you. What magic did you do?
No magic. I'm from another location.
Okay.
Look at your... look at the coordinates. Then you will know that the call is from Yenagoa.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's go, Lawson.
You see, if you want to put your money on that, I will advise, if you don't have anything to do with the money, and then you have some free money, then you can put it there. Concerning the Arsenal, you know. You see, it's a simple question I want to ask you. If you wake up from your house, you wake up 7 o'clock, you come out of your door by 7 in the morning, and you look up, you see eagles flying from the west to east. You come out the second day again, same 7 a.m. You look, you see the eagles flying from west to east. You come out the third time, you see the same eagle flying from west to east. Don't you think it will be safe for you to conclude that every day, 7 o'clock, 7 a.m.
Eagles always fly from west to east. Lawson, whatever give you this kind of inspiration, whatever give you the inspiration with this kind of
Inspiration. We don't have enough reasons, enough evidence to show that you cannot put your money on Arsenal? Is it that we don't know that? Really? Is it when people talk about, you see, understand it, people don't follow, you see, it is those that don't follow history that make such mistakes. You know that this is how Arsenal plays. This is sometimes if they want to score, this is how they score goals. They are always sensational. Arsenal is sensational, but they don't know how to finish. Is it that people don't have the fact that Arsenal don't know how to finish? And then you bet say Arsenal will win what? UEFA Champions League? Do you think it's something that is on the table where you just go and carry with those small boys? I don't know, but when the photo I saw, the first leg, that team, Arsenal will beat them silly in England. Is that what Simon, my good friend, is telling me? Because he's an Arsenal fan, will beat Porto silly 3-0, 4-0, and when they could not even score in the reverse picture. And when you look at it, it's been always nearly. If you watch Arsenal last season, in fact, that is even the worst. I don't think anybody will want to bet in any Arsenal game and the Arsenal will win. And when you look at what happened last season, was it not broken enough for somebody to say, yes, they would beat this, they would do this? The Premier League set is not even theirs to carry. I can tell you that. So when you want to put your money, people say Arsenal will do this. I laugh. Because at the end of the day, Arsenal will always crumble. That has been the story. It will, even that 2004 day, some people didn't follow it. Some of them were young, like young chooks. I don't think he really even watched that season.
Why always young chooks? I'm gonna leave young chooks for me now. Why always young chooks?
Yeah, no, I know that he's very young, very young. Yes, I'm just looking at when he was born. He didn't see. He was even, there were opportunities for either Chelsea and Man U to overtake Arsenal. Even they themselves didn't do well. That's why even that 2004, that Arsenal was able to win the Premier League. It was not as if most of the time when Arsenal was having those draws, Chelsea and United, where clearly they are supposed to win, they themselves were going to lose and then having draws and all that. Especially Chelsea in that 2004. So when you say you want to know, I don't think that they will go anywhere. They will do all of this, and at the end of the day, it will be the Champions League spot. Maybe I think they are where now. Maybe first, second, third, they will be in one of those spots. I don't think Aston Villa will get to them. So forget it when it comes to Arsenal. And for Barcelona, Napoli. Forget it. It will be Barcelona. Leave Siemens. Even the first leg, I felt Barcelona did not do enough. They were better than Napoli. Napoli is really not doing well. So I don't know why anybody is predicting Napoli wins.
Okay.
I think it will be Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson. I'm going to reel out head-to-head between Arsenal and FC Porto. Maybe that will settle the argument, but let's continue talking. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Hi.
Simon call back.
Okay, so I don't know why I felt like you were going to call back. Like, I know you were called out. It's like somebody calling out as inferior. You will definitely come out.
Yes, you know, my chairman mentioned my name now. See, we are not talking. Okay, not we. I am not saying that Arsenal must win Champions League. It's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, come on, Arsenal will play on Tuesday. Arsenal will play on Tuesday. Arsenal will play on Tuesday. Come on Tuesday, that Arsenal will trash AC Porto. Take it to the bank. That is what I said. Arsenal will trash AC Porto. Arsenal will qualify ahead of AC Porto. Forget about that first leg result. Arsenal will beat AC Porto. That is what I said. And all this that Arsenal are doing, see, what I want everybody to know Arsenal might be getting results or got most of the results last season, but Arsenal this season are more matured than last season. If you take the players 3 to 3, know that Arsenal are more matured this season, and Arsenal have more bench season than last season. That is what people are supposed to know. So if you are, checking the strength of team, you check all these things now that I'm saying. Arsenal are more matured this season. They are more matured this season. Maybe points might not be the same, but they are more matured this season, and they have more bench because his bench, most of his bench will do you the magic. Manchester City that is dominating England is because of their bench. It's just the bench that it is not even because of the superiority of Guardiola. It's the bunch of players that they have, both in the field of play and in the bench, that is doing him that magic. And that is what cost Arsenal that league last season, when Arsenal had that injury at the last minute of the season. But if you watch this season now, even when Arsenal are having injury, and you will not even notice that Arsenal, so many players are having injury, before you know they will come back. And the ones that are there will be even in it, train up without noticing. So Arsenal this is now more matured. So Arsenal will still drag this league to the end. I don't know who will win the league, but the only thing I said that Man City are not going to win the league this season. I don't know who will win this league between Arsenal and the Liverpool, but Man City are not going to win league this season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson. By the way, it's what happened in 1770. What happened in the 70s or maybe in the 60s in the Nigeria Premier Football League? Has it happened again or is it about to happen?
It has happened again.
It has happened again?
Yes.
It has happened again?
Yes.
Heartland Football Club of Owerri just won an MPFL match away from home. Give me my bear now. They can't the bear from me. You know, I'm going to ring up. Why don't go ring up for them, eh? Easy. Listen, somebody. Heartland Football Club of Owerri just won an MPFL match away from home. That's like a town crier. You don't wish to do town crying for this particular one, honestly speaking. All right, let's keep the reactions coming through, right? By the way,
mute it, please. It's your.
By the way, Stanley Eguma has been spotted somewhere in the Adoke Messi Market Stadium. I just saw a video of Stanley Eguma. Hi, good evening.
Reliant.
Oh my. Oh, when I don't start. Another Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury.
It's Simon, my friend, because even in his analysis, even in his own very analysis, he's busy tying himself up. I am challenging him. It is a challenge. Let him name just say 4, no, not even 4 replacements for Arsenal key players, if there are any. For instance, take Saka, if he's injured, who replaces him? Let him give me just 4 of those replacements, then I will know that Arsenal is in business.
Okay.
That is a question for
Simon
to answer, because he himself said last season it was because of the injury. What makes him think that the injury won't come this season?
Okay.
And he had their replacement for 4 key players. I know those orchestrating things in Arsenal. He knows them. Let him mention 4 that if something happens to them, they can seamlessly just replace. Then I will know Arsenal is Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson. So let me reel out the head-to-head fixture according to UEFA. According to UEFA Champions League site between Arsenal and FC Porto, there have been 3 wins apiece for each side. Arsenal winning 3, FC Porto winning 3, 1 draw. 12 goals scored. Guess the team with the highest number of goals. Wrong guess. Arsenal. 12 goals scored by Arsenal and 5 scored by FC Porto. All-time scorer, Thierry Henry, 35 goals. Jadel, 19 goals. Competition record, 0 titles for Arsenal and 2 UEFA Champions League. Now, the 2009-2010 season, round of 16, Arsenal defeated FC Porto 5-0 at the Emirates. The first leg was played away from home and FC Porto won 2-1. So aggregate, Arsenal progress on aggregate 6-2. 28-29, match day 6 in the UEFA Champions League. It ended 2-0 in the reverse fixture after Arsenal had won 4-0 in the first fixture. 26-27, match day 6. It ended goalless in the away fixture at home to FC Porto after Arsenal, or match day 2, yeah. Okay, I actually mixed that up. Let me take it again. So the first leg ended 5-0 in 2-9-2-10. All right. And then the second leg ended 2-1. The first leg ended 2-1, I beg your pardon, in 2-9-2-10. The second leg ended 5-0 in favor of Arsenal. So Arsenal progressed 6-2. And in 2-9-2-8 season, match day 6, first leg ended 2-0 in favor of Porto. And the reverse fixture ended 4-0 in favor of Arsenal. 26-27, match day 6. First leg ended goalless between both sides. Arsenal won the reverse fixture 2-0 to progress. So it's safe to say that Arsenal have been having the work done at home in the UEFA Champions League when these two clash. And they've always been progressing ahead of Porto. I'll take this last call. Maybe I'll take 2 more calls on this and then we move to the Nigeria Premier Football League. Because as I said, something that happened in the 40s just happened. Hello there.
I call back.
Simon. Okay. Let's do it like this. Okay. Lawson asked you to make mentions on names, so you're just gonna have to mention those names. Then we move to the Nigeria Premier Football League discussion.
See, the question I will ask you.
Are you asking a question or you're answering what he asked you?
No, I want to answer you to the question. Let him go and check.
Okay.
Do you know how many times Jesus have gotten injury this season? Even Saka. Haven't Saka gotten injured this season? That is the question that you ask yourself. Haven't Saka got injured this season? Yes, Jesus, do you know how many times? Thomas Partey, do you know how many times have gotten injured this season? Do you know that last season, anytime Thomas Partey had injury, Arsenal will collapse? Answer it. You that it and Reliance. And last season,
I am not. Don't even ask me. I am not weighing into you both discussion. I'm not in the right place to give an answer. Anyways.
No, he said that the only place which even me I am quarreling the team is just the pointer, the goal pointer, which the wingers, in fact, every player of Arsenal now is scoring goals.
Okay.
You understand? But some matches, it will hard you that we need that goal at least a well-known goal getter for you to win match, which Arsenal don't have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Simon. Let's move to the Nigeria Premier Football League. And please, everyone, stand up for Heartland Football Club of Owerri as they've just defeated Katsina United 1-0 away from home. I say, maybe everybody stand up, but I know just say me. When I do nothing. When I just do nothing. Okay. So, Heartland just defeated Katsina United away from home. That's their first win in how many matches this season? Bayelsa United is losing to Niger Tornadoes 0-1. Rivers United equally losing to Kano Pillars 0-1. Sunshine Stars leading Plateau United 2-1. Those are the scorelines and one result from the 3 matches ongoing and 1 concluded in the Nigeria Premier Football League. More matches coming up tomorrow and we'll have further conversation. We hear that Bendel Insurance head coach Mondo Diggy may have dumped the Benin Arsenal for good, having been absent from his duty post without leave for the past 6 days. According to speculations, the tough talking coach has failed to show up in training meeting since the team lost to Plateau United 2-0 in the Nigeria Premier Football League match day 23 fixture at Josh International Stadium on March day 3. His assistant Greg took charge of the team in their 2-0 home win over Gombe United on Friday, with Ishmael Seriki's first half securing them maximum points in match day 24 encounter at Samuel Gbemudia Stadium in Benin City. Insurance temporarily moved up from 9th to 7th in the standings by virtue of Friday's win over visiting Gombe United, but that's going to change after the result of matches today. They have 34 points from 24 matches and have played a match more than the rest of the teams. Next for them is a clash against the Promise Keepers, who were able to keep the promise against Enyimba, the Gospel Pabi International Stadium Uyo on March 13. Stanley Guma has been spotted at the Dokemesi Maka Stadium. So that at least confirms one thing. He's safe and sound. But whether he still has a job with Rivers United is what we cannot say at the moment. And I'm hoping that we get, probably, if he finishes the match, probably colleagues at the stadium will find a way to ask him one or two to know if he still has a contract with Rivers United. But one thing is certain from the video that I've just seen from the stadium, Stanley Guma has been spotted at the Dokemesi Maka Stadium. All right. So, well, let's see. I just confirmed he was as a spectator. So he went there as every other fans to go and watch, every other fan, I beg your pardon, to go and watch the match. He wasn't on the technical bench. So that's why I said that it's yet to be confirmed whether he still has a contract with Rivers United. But one thing is certain, he's safe and sound. Something is happening in the studio between Henry, Benjamin, and sometimes Chooks find his way into it. You get why, but make I leave them. I don't want to cast them. Okay. Okay. Okay.
No, you're just showing me something.
I know now. I know. We are saying the same thing. I'm not arguing. I know. Something is happening. All right. Let's go into the details of the breaking news we broke earlier regarding the Nigeria Super Eagles. 2 matches confirmed for Nigeria Super Eagles on the 22nd of this month, as well as on the 26th of this month. One is the match against Ghana. That match is scheduled from the 4 o'clock hour in Morocco. In Morocco. That's Nigeria, Ghana, scheduled for Morocco from the 4 p.m. hour on the 22nd of this month. And then afterwards, on the 26th, that's going to be Tuesday of the same month, being March, Nigeria will take on Mali from the 9 o'clock hour, 9 p.m. So 2 matches scheduled for Nigeria, 2 friendlies matches scheduled for Nigeria, and both matches have been put together by NFF FIFA match agent Jairo Pachon of Euro Data Sports. So Nigeria against Ghana, Jollof Derby is back, and Nigeria against Mali. We have the list of players that will prosecute that match, and that's where we'll start the discussion. 26 players have been penned down. Now, in the 26 players penned down for that match, the rest, now people will go AFCON. So I'm going to focus on those who are new invitees. New invitees, okay. Or that didn't participate in the AFCON. We actually have a new invitee. I know I'm very certain of one, but let me look at the list and see if there are further new invitees. But I'm very certain of one. Okay, so let me look at it. Now, so Nigeria retained the bulk of the squad that finished as runners-up at the 34th Africa Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire, but have recalled England-based defender Jamilu Collins, as well as Empoli FC of Italy's Tyrone Eboyi and Glasgow Rangers forward Cyril Dessers. Midfield enforcer Wilfred Ndidi, who missed the Continental House Party in Cote d'Ivoire, returns from injury, while Bayer Leverkusen of Germany's Nathan Teller and Turkey-based Fisaya Dele Bashiru have fresh opportunities to stake claims to permanent shots. England-based defender Gabriel Osho and Tanzania-based Benjamin Tianimu are teaming up with the group for the first time. So 2 new invitees, and they are... Okay, one is a defender.
Both are defenders.
Yeah. Benjamin is equally a defender. Not this Benjamin, please. Not this Benjamin. This Benjamin plays in Tanzania. Not the Benjamin of Rumusi.
Shots fired.
The Benjamin of Rumusi. So this is Benjamin de Rumusi. Not even the frontish of Rumusi, say backyard. Rumusi backyard. Now this one day. Why is nobody giving
Olisanda.
looking. Why? Like I'm gonna scream.
I don't know. Is the man?
I feel like screaming.
I don't know. Is the man injured? I don't.
No, he's not injured.
Pirates are currently playing Chiefs. Although I don't. Is that game over?
I think it's over.
I think I didn't see him in their last game. I think he was injured. But if he's not injured, because I've been following him, we'll get actually if he did play against for Pirates against Chiefs today. But I think their last game was it the last 2 games. He didn't play. I've been following the man this season. Because he came back from injury and he's been playing games. And I think in the last game, was in the last 2 games, I didn't see him. So I was saying, is he injured? I don't know. But we'll confirm if he actually played against Chiefs today. But
let me check.
If Olisanda cannot get a look into the national
76
team.
minutes, my brother against Kaiser Chiefs. 2 tackles, 1 foul, 35 passes for Olisanda in their 3-2 win over Kaiser Chiefs.
I don't understand what Olisanda has. For a player that's regarded as one of the best centre-backs in
South Africa.
In the PSL, and we cannot call him up to the national team. I'm calling somebody playing in Tanzania. I realized I off. When I found out he was playing in Tanzania, I was like, what is this? It's not like he's even playing for Simba or Young Africans. He's playing for Ihefu. Or I hope I got it right. Or if that is not that acronym for the club, the IHEFU. It's actually funny how Olisanda doesn't get a look in and someone playing in Tanzania gets a look in. It's actually very funny. And the man has been doing fantastic stuff for one of the best sides in the PSL, Orlando Pirates. I mean, give the man a look and give the man a chance in the national team. He was part of a Guavon side that went to the AFCON in Cameroon in 2021. He just got to kick a ball towards the dying stages of the game against Guinea-Bissau. But give this man a look. We're looking at trying to get younger and fresher centre-backs and defenders into the setup and give someone who is young enough, who has been doing well in a good enough league on the African continent, give him a look in, and you're not. It's actually funny how this is get to happen. Sometimes when they say although there's no evidence, there's this or that or chopping, like it's actually sad or funny how these things get to happen, or a certain player that you feel or know is good enough doesn't get a look. I feel on the long run, if he's brought into the national team, that man could strike a very good partnership with someone like Calvin Bassey, and we have a centre-back partnership that could take the national team for 4, 5, 6 years because both are young and you know that they have age on their side. So it's actually funny how Olisanda doesn't get a look, especially in a window where we have friendlies. It's just friendlies we're playing. Bring the man in and throw him in and try something else, try something new. William Tris Ekong is not available. Put him there. You don't need to call up everybody that was part of the African Cup of Nations. You can bring in 1 or 2 new names and try something new. I'm just hoping when the new national team coach comes in, maybe the man will actually get the look in finally. But I think he has earned, or he deserves the right to actually get called up to the national team, and it's sad he's not getting that at all.
Okay, we'll look critically into the invitees and the people returning to the team. But Benjamin, do you have an idea who invited these players?
My brother, I think it's likely going to be the NFF technical committee because right now Nigeria don't have a coach. I don't know if Sondo Lisa is likely going to be the standing coach for that day.
Sondo Lisa or Guavon?
Sorry, not Guavon now. Sorry, Finidi George is going to be the standing coach for that game or those games. But I think the NFF technical committee actually invited these players. Like Henry have said, truth is you need to start looking at the young players. Yeah, Ekong is aging. I think that this Nations Cup and like the past Nations Cup and likely be his last Nations Cup. He's currently injured, or lying now is injured. But
he's in fit.
Tyron is just returning from injury. I think we need to look at Olisanda because the partnership between Simi Ajayi and Ekong is fading off, and Kenneth Omerlu is likely he doesn't have 2 good years with the national team in his legs. That's the truth. So what's his name, the man from South Africa, Olisanda. I've watched him, you know. I watched him in the Pirates game when they came to Nigeria to play the CAF game. The man was superb. You know, I watch Pirates game most times because of him when I'm in the house. But the truth is, this man can, like Henry has said, can strike a good partnership with Calvin Bassey over the years that can take us 4 or 5 years. I think one good thing about the other national teams, the Trey Lions and co, you look at long-term partnership that, you know, bringing in players and taking them off it's one of the problems that Nigerians have been having. Today, you bring in this player to the national team, it doesn't perform, you take him out. But when players play together for a while, they know themselves, they get used to themselves, and then they know how to play, But the truth is, we need to start looking for that long-term partnership with Calvin Bassey, because Ekong, his legs can carry him again for the next 1 year. Omerelu, he doesn't have 2 years in his legs anymore. We've got Simi Ajayi is 30 plus. No, it's 30, 30. So he doesn't have 4 years to give. So I think we need to start looking at these directions for the NFF Technical Committee. This is what you do without a coach. This is where it can take you without a coach. If a coach comes in, he knows how to you start looking at long-term plans and long-term partnerships. So I think we need to get a coach as soon as possible, because I wonder who is going to stand in the dugout. Probably the NFF Technical Committee can just come and stand in the dugout.
Well, it should be.
So I think before then we might likely get a coach.
Finidi George.
Or Finidi George. Yes, likely going to be Finidi George. And so I think, but I can stick my head and say Finidi George didn't invite these people, even if it's going to be in the dugout. If he's going to be in the dugout, I think the technical committee of the NFF actually invited these players. And you look at these players, I think it's a friendly game. Most of them are making their debut, so there's nothing at stake in this. In as much as we are playing Ghana, people will say yes, it's a friendly game, but a lot is at stake, bragging rights and all that. So I think it's hard time we start looking at the right direction and long term, not just players that you bring in today, tomorrow they don't have future anymore in the team, and then where is the midfield? The midfielder, what's his name? Kelechi Wankwali. We've been clamoring for this guy. We've seen him. So I think these guys need to consistency. When you play together, you have this harmony. You know where your teammate is, even when you're not looking at that direction. But when you start bringing new guys, I'm not saying the new guys are no good, but a guy that plays in Tanzania, not just Azam, or Simba, or Young African, the bigger teams. It's like a smaller team. So why not you look at the guy that plays regularly, week in, week out, the guy we watch every day when he plays for PSL. He has the CAF Champions League experience. You have the Confederation Cup experience. So I think it's high time we need to start doing things right.
Okay, Chooks, let's look at the nature of the friendlies before we even go further. Gift, you've been having your eyes on the Fulham match against Wolverhampton Wanderers. That's a match of interest for Nigerians. Alexi Wobi is there, Calvin Bassey is there, but Fulham are currently down by 2 goals. Have they been that poor? How poor have they been, or it's just a case of Wolverhampton Wanderers being the better side?
Yeah, they have been that poor, yes, as you said. Wolverhampton are truly in charge of the game, and Fulham, after winning Man U the other time, I don't know what happened this time. Although our Nigerian guys are trying, actually, Calvin Bassey is actually trying his best to at least get a goal for his team. But I think Wolverhampton Wanderers are doing a great job there. And the match, I think, is likely going to end in favor of Wolverhampton Wanderers.
All right, so Wolverhampton Wanderers leading proceedings at the moment, 2 goals to nothing. Chooks, this is the kind of friendlies Nigeria should be having ahead of South Africa tie in June, the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best. I think we couldn't cut it out with Argentina. So you say, okay, what else do we go for? Go for Ghana, Jollof debut. Go for a Mali team. These are teams that are actually good with the African mentality and the African football. Even though you say Mali has been off of the show, or the contract of this Malian team, you talk about what Ghana did to us prior to the last World Cup. They stopped us from going to the World Cup. So I think the NFF have done something right here. But you talk about who takes this coach and this team to the World to the friendlies, and that's the issue I have with them. But I think the friendlies are okay for me. I think these are most likely Grade B friendlies, and you say Grade B friendlies are actually good for a team. So it's gonna be good enough that we have a team that's actually working, and you see the team can actually work when you have good players and when they play continuous top matches. you talk about the South African game. I think even though you put the Ghana team side by side with the South African game, they might likely give you that same, that same taste, or what you're looking for. Might actually give that same taste. So why not go for someone that you might actually have been in the cave or the crave for that cave to get have tried to struggle this out, but it's still proving difficult for you. And I think you have to choose one. Go for South Africa game. Going to the South Africa game is good enough for you. I think you thinking towards the South African game is good enough for us, but the issue is always going to be who takes this team there. That's the only issue I have there, because you look at the team that has been called up, you say, okay, these teams are a bunch of new faces. You see the new guy, the guy that led better insurance to Tanzania, and you say, yeah, even though you are clamoring for all this, and that we actually have to test other players, even though you say there are some players that are actually good at their own personal right. So some coaches might not actually want to look into everybody there. They may just clamor for. So it's just that Fulham has been unlucky throughout this match. I feel they should get the goal by this time. That is simple. Fulham should be able to get the goal, and it's not. That's a hard luck that's happened to Fulham here. You not understand why. How did they even win the game against United? And you just see United has been that bad for a Fulham team who has been able to, that's struggling against Wolverhampton Wanderers. But back to the situation on ground, I feel you look at the coaches that are going to take them to the AFCON or take them to the friendlies, that matters a lot, because it's not going to be prior to the game against South Africa. Is which coaches tactics or philosophy are we using to implement when we talk about the World Cup qualifiers, and that's going to be a moral booster for us if we win the friendlies. But if we don't win the friendlies, that's going to be bad for us, because you win, you don't win, and there's no coaching in the dugout. It's going to be saying, let's just play friendlies and make the players come around us and get that feel. But so the NFF has to hasten up and do what is right. We have to get this coach before the AFCON and the friendlies themselves. Where if not, then there's no need for the friendlies. Just make the window open for them, for the players to rest.
So talking about the coaching crew, Benjamin, are you confident that Nigeria will have a coach before the end of this month? Or let's say before June. Let me put it, let's say before June.
From the way things are going, I don't see that possible, because when I lost faith in the NFF technical committee when they threw that the job of the Super Eagles open. So I don't think we'd have a very good coach before that game against South Africa, because it might likely be an interim coach, because it's like fire brigade. We always do things fire brigade in this part of the world, where the part of the continent where things are not done right. They'll just look for one coach and say, you got one local coach and say, you go be an interim coach, and then let's see how we can start looking for a coach until that interim coach, if the interim coach performs very well in his first 2-3 games, they leave the man there, and then they'll waste time, start delaying for in terms of getting a coach. So I think for me, I think we wouldn't get a coach before then. It's going to be an interim coach before then. So I think
that would take Nigeria
against South Africa. And I think it's like the NFF would have just said in their minds, we are not going for another World Cup again. So let's just leave it like that, and then possibly plan for another game, because you can't play. Yes, it's a friendly game. You can't play, because if a coach comes in, these friendly games are the games that he will use to know the players he has and then their abilities. So it's not going to be very okay for a coach to come into throw himself into the water and then say, okay, they've just played their friendly games, let's just come in and then let us bring a coach, and then the coach takes us against South Africa. And then it's going to be like a setup, because if the coach comes and then doesn't play well against South Africa, and hopefully we lost that game, it's going to be a setup in the side of the coach. So I think it's just
going to be interim manager all the way until probably after the game against South Africa. That's when we'll start looking for a coach, and that's if the interim coach didn't perform very well against South Africa. That's when we'll start looking for it. We'll start doing the fire brigade, start hurrying, and then look for a coach. If the interim manager, perform and gets possibly a good result, they'll start relaxing again, and we could just continue with interim until something happens, and then.
Proven experience at the elite level of football management, a successful track record in leading teams, and knowledge of African football will be an added advantage as advertised by the Nigeria Football Federation. So the job of the Super Eagles is vacant. The head coach is vacant. Does your CV, go and apply. I've already done my CV. Once I saw the news, I think that was on Thursday, but on Friday, I think Friday morning, yesterday morning, I just went straight to my CV and looked at it, make a couple of adjustments. So I'm applying for that job, and I'm going to get my... The funny thing is that, the unfortunate thing is that Amaju Melvin Penny is no longer the president. It was easy. I just go draw, I set up PowerPoint presentation. I put my slide projector on, and then Victor Seaman, this is it. I'll start with Victor Seaman. They say first impression matters. Yes. So I feel talk well about Victor Seaman. I'll just blow everybody mind. Alex, you will be next. I finish. 3 seconds, my brother. I finish.
When you feel make me assistant coach, man, just do your back. I'm gonna give you water.
Okay. Make the guy water. I mean, when I want to drink water, and that was
no, Chooks walk now. Chooks will carry first aid. They come.
You go tell that is for dream. But let's be serious. If Chooks carry first aid, everybody will get injury.
Yes.
This is nice. Every season, every week, injury list go there long. Once you want treat, everyone's something want treat.
As the medical doctor.
Medical what?
Karaboni give the treat ground.
Ori, go there help you, Ori.
That's one. Sharp.
Hey God. Now we tell FM the final. We'll give you.
So I've seen many games in the Nigeria Premier Football League as well as Nigeria Women's Football Premiership, and each time we play a fall down, what did they carry go now? Sachet water. Like they carry run enter. I'm like, what did they always carry sachet water? They go to play and don't fall down.
Now to pound water.
Revive our back.
All right, so you can dust your CV. I'm gonna apply for the Super Eagles job. They need a head coach. Some names have been mentioned, by the way. Daniel Amokachi, Samson Siasia. By the way, Samson Siasia's ban
ends this year.
It also
right?
ends this year, yeah. But I'm not sure of the month.
November.
I think it's October or November.
So, Emmanuel Amaneke, Michael Ncien, Finidi George, Sunday Olise, Ndubuisi Egbo, Silvanus Okbala. These are the names that have been fingered, but it's no longer in the hands of the technical committee. Well, it's still in their hands, so to speak. But the making up of the list is no longer in their hands. It's now about who come and apply. Here's me asking myself, what if in the end, everyone that apply will not fit into whatever requirement they had? Like it don't happen before now. Everybody can apply for a job. Nobody qualifies.
Freelance, they're not even serious. The fact you haven't trained the Super Eagles job.
But I don't really think there's anything wrong with that.
It's totally wrong.
I don't think there's something wrong with that.
It's wrong because I don't need a technical committee or a technical advisor. Don't bother. Because there's no need for it. Because we want the Super Eagles to play in a certain pattern, right? The coaches, create a short list of coaches that can actually create that pattern.
Let me put something
or fit into what you're looking for. Then you go after them. And look, if you don't know, even if you don't know low budget options, then that means you're not even if you don't know low budget options, that means you're not even doing your job as a technical committee in the first place.
Now, here's the thing. When the job is being placed, the list requirement, you have to fit into that requirement before you apply.
What is with the
requirement? So you have to do that. You have to do that. Super Eagles play 4-3-3, for instance.
Relax. If I was getting my coaching badge by the end of this month, my UEFA Pro or CAF Pro coaching badge by the end of this month, and I've never even gotten a job.
D license they do for you. Na D license.
No. Imagine I did Morocco now. They do my pro license.
Okay. You want come on Nigeria?
Imagine
I did for Abuja na D.
Nadia, no. That's too low, please. Okay. No. Or I'm finishing my pro license wherever I am in Europe or in the United or in Connecticut, in South America, and I've not even tested any water. Based on that requirements, I can't go and apply.
You go and apply.
Yeah, no, because I have the highest qualification. I can coach anywhere in the world football.
You don't have a knowledge of African football.
I have a knowledge of African football. I'm sitting down here and I'm talking about African football.
Okay, successful track record in leading teams. Do you have? You have the last team you coach.
I'm probably doing well with another 23 or another 19 team.
Chooks had an African
coach a team.
Yes, he coached a female team
to win a trophy.
I won a trophy. So
Chooks, why you see here? You don't
Relax.
You applied, have you?
For assistant coach, I'll talk to Henry, so that's the issue.
You want Henry? Hey, wrong marriage. What's he up? He's gone.
I reserve my comments.
Do you know the problem? There's no problem about Chooks applying. Probably getting the job.
No, they'll give on us everything.
Hold on now, wait now. Chooks apply, gets the job.
They go move it up.
And maybe Henry's assistants. There's no problem about that. When a while I will have to be say, when they don't go play, go lose. Now me they go fight. Because I'll probably be in Port Harcourt somewhere. Chooks go down travel, come on. Reliance is a bit Chooks. Now they work together. The anchor, my head.
When they ask me, I say I'm just the assistant coach. He's the head coach.
You go down there with him now.
No.
Now me go see for inside
I'm
Nigeria.
the assistant. He's the head coach. That's what I'll say. So it's him that decides what happens at the end of the.
From that point going
when
forward.
When Pesero was doing badly, nobody was calling Finidi George. It was not Jose Pesero. So I will be vindicated.
If Chu gets the job, like seriously, I know I'll be in danger. I'll be in danger. From that point, I'll go there every match I travel.
Yes. Because
every match I'm traveling.
You know when Nigeria plays, you have like 15 to 30 delegates traveling.
I will follow for that delegate. I must go.
Get presidential slot.
And when match finish, how they come back immediately?
No, you stay there.
Wait, tension.
Even if space not there for you to go, share with your Port Harcourt boss. You just stay on top the bus.
I say I go travel. And then I come back immediately. Tension must go down before I come back. Cause hey, now
for the stadium they go fight you.
My head.
No, you're safe. This one, Chooks is outside the hotel. They will catch him. It's probably the players that will deal with him themselves.
Players will face beat up. Say no to violence. All right, let's wrap things up.
Relax, quickly. I just think what to save us with throwing this application out open is the fact we just finished second in the African Cup of Nations, so the job looks attractive.
Okay,
that's just it.
All right, 0817 0000951 08109510 Subsequently, and hopefully we'll revisit the team list for the two friendlies, Mali, Ghana. But is that the right friendly for Nigeria ahead of South Africa tie? And there are some new names returning and new invitees. Olisanda didn't get a look in. I mean, if you've seen that man, at least you've not been following the PSL, you should have seen the man played in the CAF Confederation Cup final where they played against RS Berkane in Uyo. He's a centre back for the Super Eagles. You know, trust people that believe that he should get a looking. So let's squeeze in some calls and wrap things up here. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. SMS on WhatsApp portal is double at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Super Eagles friendly matches, Mali and Ghana later this month. Gabriel Shaw makes his debut, or likely going to make his debut for Nigeria as he has been invited. There's Benjamin Tamino from a Tanzania club equally invited. All right, so Sunshine Stars 2-1 now against Plateau United, and Rivers United Canopla Steel 0-1. Bielsa United 0-1 against Niger Tornadoes. Heartland earlier defeated Katsina United.
Rivers United 1-1.
Heartland earlier defeated United.
drew. Kasana was scored at the stage of the match.
So
Heartland.
Yeah, Heartland was 1-1.
Heartland won away.
It's 1-1.
It's 1-1.
They played 1-1. They scored at the 90 plus 5.
Okay, yeah, confirm. 1-1. 1-1. So what happened
it
in
not
the
happened
40s?
again.
Did not happen.
Yes.
But it's still synonymous with what happened in the 40s. When was the last time Heartland drew away from home?
Oh, the only devil score at home from home safe. Guys, grace. It's grace.
Okay. Let's see how we can bring you some results of matches as they are and some score lines before we leave the studio. Manchester United 2-0 winners over Everton. Bournemouth Sheffield United 2-2. Crystal Palace Luton Town 1-0. Wolverhampton Wanderers Fulham 2-0. Now the last 3 matches I've called are still ongoing. It's in their 90th plus at least 6 minutes of additional time. Arsenal Brentford is scheduled for 6:30. Lorient have started their match against Lyon and is goalless at halftime. Brest against Lens will come out later. Bundesliga, we have 4 matches completed. Augsburg Heidenheim 1-0 in favor of the home side. Borussia Mönchengladbach 3-3 against FC Cologne. Bayern Munich Chineke.
I like this result.
8-1. Hey, don't turn handball. RB Leipzig 2-0 again. Darmstadt. Werder Bremen Dortmund comes up much later. In the Italian Serie A, Cagliari defeated Salernitana 4-2. Sassuolo Frosinone ended 1-0. Bologna Inter, Genoa Monza. Those matches are scheduled for later. In the Nigeria Premier Football League, Katsina United drew 1-0 against Heartland Football Club of Owerri. Bayelsa United is losing to Niger Tornadoes away from home 1-0 at the 90 minutes of additional time. Rivers United 1-1 against Kano Pillars. Sunshine Stars defeated Plateau United 3-1. In the Spanish La Liga, Valencia defeated Etafe 1-0. It's 2-0 in favor of Cadiz at the 83rd minute against Atletico Madrid. So Atletico Madrid losing ahead of their UEFA Champions League tie against Inter Milan. Next week, Granada Real Sociedad comes up later 6:30 a.m. Girona Osasuna 9 p.m. So those are the score lines and results of matches as we have them. And Luton Town just equalized against Crystal Palace. So it's now 1-1 at that center as Amaka Felix joins us for the news update at 6 p.m. Amaka, go close to the mic, please.
Why do you want to disturb me this afternoon?
I'm not disturbing you. I'm not disturbing you. I'm just here to remind you that Real Madrid.
Whatever you want to say will not matter in heaven. I promise.
But we are in the earth now.
Yeah.
We're in the earth, so it matters now.
It doesn't.
It matters now.
Doesn't.
So I have the upper hand. All right, Amaka Felix is here for the news update at 6 p.m. Many thanks to Gift Ejegun, Alexandra Atubam, Henry Ogugwa, and Benjamin Mina. Not forgetting Young Chukuchuku is there for being part of the conversation. We do appreciate you from the phone lines, the SMS on WhatsApp portal. Let's do this again tomorrow from 3 o'clock down to 6. Other sports, the Africa Games ongoing. Nigeria defeated Cameroon 2-0. That's the Falcons. They won 2-0 against was it Cameroon? Against Morocco, please. 2-0 against Cameroon against Morocco in the Africa Games. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Thank you very much for being part of the discussion. My name remains Reliance Udanian. Good evening to you.